moment to recite the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance
to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
In compliance with notification requirements of Ohio's open meeting law, notice of this meeting has been publicly posted and major public media has been notified. NOACA conducts its meetings according to Robert's Rules of Order. Actions during the meeting will be taken by voice vote. If any member feels the need to abstain from any vote due to a conflict of interest, he or she should state their intention to abstain when the matter is introduced by the chair for presentation for the record. Subsequently, that member shall not participate in any discussion of the matter for which a conflict exists. According to Robert's rules, absence from a meeting does not require a member to abstain from voting on the minutes. If a member still wishes to abstain, he or she should state their intention for the record. For the benefit of our guests from the public and the recording of this meeting, please be sure to speak into a microphone. The microphones can be turned on and off using the gray button on top of them. They are on when the light is blue. I would like to welcome the following new members. Kaylee Mersman, Senior Strategist for Transit and Mobility from the City of Cleveland. And then Debbie Berry, Deputy Chief of Staff, alternate for Cuyahoga County Executive Chris Ronayne. Welcome, Debbie. We also have Robert Duncan, Chair of the Business Advisory Council, Doravet Nolan, Chair of the Community Advisory Council, Scott Kunze, Chair of the Rural Advisory Council, and Denise Testa, Chair of the Emerging Leaders Advisory Council. Welcome all of our new members. All right, so I think we're one short of having a quorum this morning, so we won't be able to approve the minutes from the October meeting. But if we do have another member that comes in, then we will go back to that and approve those minutes. So we will move on to council updates. Okay, and they're okay. All right. So the chairs of these councils, and this will be the Business Advisory Council, the Community Advisory Council, the Rural Advisory Council, and the Emerging Leaders Advisory Council are not here today. So all their activities are in our packet. And we can look for the updates in the packet from those committee chairs. All right, so as far as current agenda items for today's meeting, has anyone signed in to speak today? Okay. All righty. I'm sure due to the weather, we won't have as many folks as normal. So, all right, we'll move on to the Executive Director's report. Grace, do we have anything to report?
Just a couple of things. First of all, we did receive the $15 million grant for the EV charging stations, and that has received quite a bit of positive press. Even Pete Buttigieg himself spoke on our award, so very excited about that. So we will, at this point, think about how to start rolling that out and informing the public as to what we're doing. As a reminder, it is phase 2 of a program that we already have underway. So the phase 1 program was the 40 chargers, the 75 chargers at 40 locations. And this is the part 2 to take us up to over 100. And the entire program was developed in 2019. That report is online. We're preparing an addendum to that report so that people will understand the phase one versus the phase two better. And the only thing that separated them was funding. So they were all part of the same thing. So that's been great news. And then the Cuyahoga Valley Scenic Railroad feasibility study that was approved on Friday also has been receiving some very good press. People are very interested in that item and are excited about it moving forward. As you can imagine, and as you know, connecting the core city and the people of the core city, who 25% of them do not have automobiles, to a public transit system that will allow them to get to the only national park in Ohio, and maybe even some cases, the only national park they'll ever visit in the short term. So it's really exciting. That's it.
Okay,
Thank
very
you.
good. Thank you, Grace. All right, we'll move on to action items. First, we'll have a discussion regarding the 2024 committee focus areas, and we'll turn this over here to Danielle Render.
Morning, Chair and our Executive Affairs Committee. Today I'll be talking to you about our proposed focus areas for 2024. So the committee is asked to discuss what focus areas that we would like to accomplish during our calendar year of 2024. Most of the recommendations are very similar to what we have submitted last year, as the mission remains consistent with concentrating on communications and outreach, policy education, as well as advocacy initiatives. Of course, our key focus is continue the public involvement priorities for our ENEO 2050, our long-range plan, and outreach and building consensus with our stakeholders and the general public. And we are enhancing this through our new community affairs function. So the action today is to discuss and approve the 2024 committee focus areas. And again, we did receive approval last year. So just a little background and a reminder about the external affairs purpose and the charter that's in place. The External Affairs Committee consists of NOACA with its relationships with various government agencies and subdivisions, the media and the general public through public awareness and advocacy approaches. Our goal is to always ensure the efficient and effective development and implementation of all of NOACA's outreach efforts to work with local elected officials, public agencies, businesses, interests, and of course, the public at large. So all of this is ensure that the agency's outreach addresses its core mission areas of transportation, air quality, water quality, and making sure that it is equitably served throughout all of our communities. So NOACA will continue to support and function to assist the External Affairs Committee as the conveyor of information, context and insights to external and internal audiences. We're always looking to aim to enhance our public's understanding of our agency and the policy that affects all of our stakeholders. So we are seeking assistance from the committee to help us elevate our presence throughout our communities and our mission, and really just connecting our priorities with the following focus areas. So in 2023, our focus areas really concentrated on advocacy for infrastructure priority investment to expand all of our programs and services throughout our communities, and especially to hard-to-reach areas, including our environmental justice communities. Advocacy and marketing, climate and clean energy investment, including what Director Gulish, you talked about, the electric vehicle charging stations, no idling messages, and engaging our emerging leaders advisory council, which is a new council, our advocacy and outreach through all of our funding sources with a focus on the IIJA, our brand identity and content marketing to reach our vast audiences, and of course, all of the communication messaging and all the platforms that we use to integrate all of those messages, and advancing participation for the development of the climate pollution reduction planning. We're always looking to elevate our program marketing and outreach for some of the types of services as our rideshare or van pool program, our workforce accessibility and mobility tool, as well as the Go Ohio Commute through various outreach methods. For 2024, we're still going to accomplish those. These are ongoing, and we had a pretty good 2023. Many of you may or may not know that we receive a Granicus Award. This is a government Pacific Award towards the type of integration of outreach and public participation with the use of a digital platform. We are using interactive kiosks, our social media, and just really building relationships within the community. A lot of times we sit behind the desk and we just send things out, but we really look to how do we engage. So we did a lot of data analytics to see where are our constituents, where are stakeholders, how do we build upon it to talk about NOACA and our programs. And so we were very successful in that, and I would love to come back and talk to you about that to show some of those successes. So a lot of that work with the programs that and priority programs that we're building for 2024 are still ongoing. And we'll still have the advocacy and outreach and public participation for all of our platforms and programs and services. But for 2024, we want some new work to be done. And so these are potential focus areas that we would like to present to you about building our stakeholder partnership through community affairs. We did a reorganization and looked at our public affairs and added community affairs. With this function, this is like direct contact with strategic agencies and working with them to tie in the work that they do with us and to really hone into bringing more services to the community. We talk a lot about the programs that we do and the community impact, but we really are looking for what could be more intentional and to directly working with community organizations. So we do have a community affairs coordinator who is awesome to work with, and this is what she enjoys with public involvement and public participation. And so we've been able to really look and work with organizations that have never really worked with us before. So I believe that that's building the capacity of what the External Affairs Committee would like us to do. We will also like to produce 4 speaker forums to build awareness about the advocacy around our priority projects. And I think that this would be a great opportunity for the committee to help us build on that and those messages. We also want to translate plain Spanish and other languages on our web and our print content to advance audiences. Again, through our data analytics and through a lot of integration of work that we've done throughout Northeast Ohio, we are coming into communities that we have not touched before. We are looking to expand and make sure that that we're very looking at it to be diverse, and what can we do to continue to speak and talk to all of our constituents and all of our audiences. So those are the 2 new areas that we would also like you to consider. And we're open for other recommendations as well. So based on the External Affairs Committee input, we will provide meeting agendas and materials crafted to accomplish all of the identified focus areas to keep you informed of what we're doing and really listen to your direction as well as discussions on how we can improve. And so we are asking for approval of the 2024 committee focus areas.
Okay, very, very nice presentation. Thank you, Danielle. I don't think we can vote on this today, right? Since we're short a person.
So what we've done in the past is you can vote, it just isn't a quorum vote. So it's sort of a nod to the people that were here. And so I don't know if it's an actual vote in terms of motion, second discussion. I don't think it's that, but it is so it's like a vote of confidence that the people who were here, who did hear the presentation, want to move forward with that.
Well, I'm good with that. Stacy, do you concur?
It's not
Uh-huh.
binding,
So, yeah, so I don't think we have to go through the whole process.
right?
All right. Yes, Kyle, I think your hand was up first.
Yeah, thanks, Jeff. Danielle, great presentation. I appreciate everything. I do think though, I mean, we have to talk about the public response to the climate conversation if we're going to talk about next year's approach to external affairs. I mean, let's just be real. Like, I think it's important to talk about whatever lessons learned we have from that as an organization, because I mean, I'll just say it, like, I have a lot of experience with public outreach, and I have a lot of experience, early days riparian setback legislation in Geauga County, Russell Township, angry public meetings, like, I get it. But there's a way to do this so that people feel heard and they don't have to get, they don't have to resort to being super angry. So I think we have to talk about that. And what lessons are we going to learn as an organization for the next round of public outreach? And I would just say that I personally have my back gets up a little when I see a lot of apps and gizmos.
Right.
And so this reliance on various web-based things, I, as a resident, feel that those are like pushing me back. So I have been a little concerned as NOACA goes into like these online tools. Now, I could be wrong. I still use a pencil with an eraser, so like I own it. But I don't think that I'm unique. So, but I do think we have, as an external affairs committee, we have an obligation, I think, to talk about that. And I'm not talking about the topic. I'm talking about how folks felt that they needed to come to us because somehow they did not feel that they were being heard. And again, I want to say, I'm sorry to go on, but it's not that we have to say yes. It's just that people have to be heard. That's, the answer at the end. I always say to my staff, like, the answer's still going to be no, but I'm going to listen. So that's just my thing.
No, that's actually very important. And, with the climate action plan, I think a year ago, we had a public meeting and clearly it did not satisfy the public in any way, shape or form. And I think we acknowledge that. The project manager, who was really responsible for that public outreach, didn't go beyond Cuyahoga County in essence. And so that's why when we really started looking at what we did or what we didn't do, we included a consultant to move out to the outer counties and have more direct communication and direct conversations. Also, our stakeholder work streams were more Cuyahoga County dominant, and so that also added to the issue. So in addition to what you're saying, I think we also have to, from the climate action plan itself, continue to go out to the public and talk about the plan. Now that we've prepared, or we will be having the PCAP prepared, I think it's important to take that out to the public to say, we heard you say this, we did or didn't do this, but to give them the opportunity to understand what we did with their input. I think that's a step that we need to take as well.
Councilman Miller?
So regarding the climate action plan, I agree that there's definitely things that can be learned and that we can improve upon. But I also think that that some of the opposition was part of a larger national agenda, and that that we would have seen some of the same kind of things, regardless of how capable we were in putting together the public participation process. I also think that even though the work streams were Cuyahoga County dominant, there was an explicit effort made to to expand them and to include people from each of the counties. And I think that effort did have a positive impact, maybe not as much as was necessary, but it was certainly better than if that effort had not been made. I also had one other question on the presentation. The part about plain language, could you explain what we're trying to do with that?
Um, Thank you for the opportunity to explain further. A lot of the information that we post on the website or the assets and the marketing materials that we put together does not address all of our audiences. They may not be able to read it, they may not understand it. And so we want to be very intentional. And I appreciate the comments about everything is not from a digital architect. So we do go where they are, but we have created data that we could show where we're not. And so I think that that has been helpful. So with the information, with the language, we would use, there's different platforms that we could translate all of our English materials to other languages. And so when we go into communities, our outreach are more intentional and that we are not just looking at a certain part of communities. So I believe that this is going to be helpful for us to talk to everyone that would be equitable. So it would be Spanish speaking, it could be, Cantonese, it could be so many other languages because we're finding as we go into communities that we're not really reaching everyone. And I think that some are shy to come to meetings because they may not understand and we may not be meeting their needs. So we're recognizing that. And so we want to make sure that we're equitable in everything that we're presenting.
So when you're talking about plain language, are you also talking about putting things in English,
layman's
but in
terms.
language that's easier to understand
Yes,
and less
that it's
technical?
not as technical.
Okay. John, did you have your
Yes,
hand
yes,
up? I
I
thought-
do. I've got my blue light on for a little bit. I appreciate it, Kyle, how you spoke about being heard. And I think that's so important in an organization. Yes, you can tell them no, but you're going to listen to them because, I mean, it is a concern. And that's very important. Being a military guy, I've been told many times with my bright ideas to sit down, shut up, and color, as a colonel would say to me. And that's fine. But he heard me, and that's okay. We could have a disagreement, but I will salute smartly and move on. That's within an organization. That's what we can do here. But when you're talking with the public is pretty much can engage with the topic. They can be heard, but then they're going to go away and they're going to organize and they're going to work against whatever you may want to propose. And when it comes to climate action planning, that's what's going to happen. Now, in this, we're talking about external affairs and how we get our message out, the NOACA's message. And Climate Action Plan is moving forward as the Board of Directors meeting happened last Friday. But I'm going to recommend that this committee consider as a focus, because last Friday, it was very strongly worded that agriculture is going to be a main focus to this climate action plan. And we had a commissioner from Medina County, Aaron Harrison, speak about that. And this is one of the large focuses that all of a sudden occurred or appeared. And it's talking about cropland, carbon management, soil carbon management, livestock and nutrient management, shifts to sustainable, healthy diets. This is going to go really very far. Now, I don't think this group, the External Affairs, has has had any type of outreach to the Ohio Farm Bureau or any of the 5 counties, Collar County, farm bureaus. And I would really recommend you get out and do that. Farmers don't attend climate action plan meetings. Okay? They do their work. They do it efficiently. They do it effectively, and they feed each one of us. And when you're in these urban centers, you're going after those people who are out there farming in my county, they'll probably gonna say, hey, you don't want it? We'll ship it somewhere else to somebody that does. So get involved with the farmers and listen to them and listen to them very clearly because they will tell you what they think.
All right, very good. Thank you, John. Other comments? Yeah, Kyle?
Yeah, I think John, I really appreciate that because I think you're highlighting what I'm concerned about. And again, I could be wrong, and I think I'm speaking very openly because it's snowing outside or something. I must just feel like the world's coming to an end. But the fact that someone takes the language that was in that climate action plan and is able to translate it into actually thinking that something NOACA is going to do is going to actually impact what they get to choose to eat, that's a big miss. Because, correct me, Grace, NOACA does not have any authority to actually do that. And you see what I'm saying? Like, that's the communication, the conversations, to your point, sitting down with the Farm Bureau folks. I've learned more from Larry Antosh from the Ohio Farm Bureau, recently retired, than I have from many people, but it's from actual conversations. And so the thing that's frustrated me in these conversations is for someone to come into NOACA to feel that they have to take time out of their day, come down, because they're actually concerned that NOACA is going to take an action that's going to impact what they get to eat. That's just not going to happen. NOACA does not have that kind of authority. And the fact that we've missed that in the conversation, see what I'm saying? Like, there's a huge gap in understanding. And that's, that's the concern. So we put that language in the climate action plan, I think not fully understanding how it lands with folks. And it didn't need to be there. So there's a lot of things that could have been done to make that language so that it would not scare some folks so much, understanding, to the councilman's point, that there are folks that are nervous about this, and we need to have the language land in ways that allows the agency to continue to do its work and pull in this huge tranche of federal money, which is so important, without sending people kind of, into very high concern. And I'm not saying it's easy, but I'm saying that there was some unnecessary error, like language that led to disagreements that we did not need to have, if that makes any sense.
Yeah, I do appreciate that. And yes, I don't think we're going to stop people from, filling the drive-in or drive-throughs at McDonald's or any place like that. And, but it just happens to be there, and people and language, words do matter in everything you do and what you say. And so, having these, it seems ridiculous to see it shifts to sustainable, healthy diets. You're seeing fake meat and those issues out there. Words do matter again, but actions do also. This board here today is going to sit and say, yes, we like this moving forward. This is what we want. But when we vote as a board of directors, we're saying something else. And I think it's coming with much more power and meaning when a board of directors here does that, because this is what we're moving. This is what we're sending here to the federal government. And when we do take those dollars, they're going to come with some kind of contract. They're going to make you do something to get that money. Now, if you want to look not only nationally, you can look at things that maybe occurred in Canada last winter. Okay, there was a lot of, well, let's just go to Europe. Farmers in France, in the Netherlands, in Germany are taking action because their governments are shutting them down because of climate action. Now, I'm not saying that's going to happen here, because I don't think that's going to happen here. But things do matter and they do get out of hand, and these unintended consequences are things you just don't think about. So engage with the farmers, please. I would recommend that very highly. Go out and speak to them at these groups. And so.
All right, thank you, John. All right, good discussion. Yeah, Kaylee, do you have something?
Yeah, thank you. It's Callie, actually.
Callie?
Thank
Okay.
you. So as a relatively new person to this table, I just want to kind of confirm where we are in the overall climate action planning and funding process. My understanding is we have the climate action plan. It outlines several potential recommendations or strategies. And then the next step coming very quickly is to form coalitions around specific strategies that we want to request funding for. Is that right?
Yes. The portion that we are working on now, and, although some of the language that was included may not have been ideal in terms of the actual outcomes that would allow NOACA to more freely move within the space, I think it was important to put it on the table. And that's why staff did. It's not going to be that would be the final document. The final document doesn't actually get prepared. Part of this is the timing. This is 2024, and there's a lot of money that still has not been spent or even allocated from the IIJA. So there's a big push to put a lot of money out, and deadlines are changing. So we don't have that much time to really put some things together. So we did want to put more out there rather than less. When we hear from people what they want or don't want, then we adjust. So the PCAP, which will be due to the feds on March 1st, will have some of these adjustments that we are hearing from our members as well as the public. We, at that point, the language that is in there needs to be more comprehensive rather than less, because we need to put together a coalition, as you're calling it, of folks who want to participate in the funding. The way the funding, NOFO, appears to be shaping up is that the application that was originally due April 1st, but now I believe is in July, so they've moved that date. That application needs to represent the entire region. And so we need to have agreement between the city of Cleveland and some of the outer counties. And what does that look like? It looks like a menu approach. It looks like choices menu, and that was no pun intended when we talk about the agriculture. So there are some areas that we need to be a little bit more open-minded on. And then there are some areas that we could better clean up language to get the message across, but not in a threatening or harmful way. So I think that's what we're working on. And NOACA has been working with the city of Cleveland every step of the way. So all of the things that we've worked on have been with the thought of the entire region. The reason we brought agriculture into it is because we heard that repeatedly in the public meetings that we had out in the outlying counties. So we repeatedly heard, you haven't included agriculture. You haven't included agriculture. And so we included agriculture. Now, unfortunately, some of the actions that are related to agriculture were probably not what people were thinking when they said include agriculture. But, it's kind of, you're weighing it there. But again, the purpose is to be more inclusive rather than less inclusive, and approach it as a menu. It's voluntary. You don't have to do things. You don't have to apply for funding. But if you do and you want certain actions, we need to have it in there.
Thank you. That's helpful. So from an external affairs perspective, it seems like there is a small window to continue to refine language
Correct.
in the PCAP, reflect better what we have heard and respond more specifically to concerns we're continuing to hear. And then beyond that, in this stage of putting together the funding request, there's also opportunity for engagement and consensus building around specific actions, programs, et cetera, that we would be requesting funding for.
Right, the way the EPA will look at the application is to see if it aligns with the PCAP. And so we are actually looking now at potentially putting some very high-level projects in the PCAP in order to ensure that things that we already know about, that the city of Cleveland, for example, has been working on for 10 years or so since they've had their plan, we want to make sure that that's in there. We want to make sure that other actions that, you know, that apply across the 5 counties are in there. So we are looking at making, you know, continually adapting the document until the time is that we need to submit it.
And do we have a sense from our engagement with leaders of all the counties in the NOACA region? Are there some actions that are included in our climate action plan that perhaps like Geauga County residents and leaders are excited about and
That's
can
actually,
help
you know,
invite
really,
to the table?
that's a great question. And a really good example of that is reforestation. And so they're really excited about trees, and they're really excited about, you know, putting trees, more trees on the land in their counties as well as in Cuyahoga County. So there's something there that everybody can take away from and say, this will be a positive. Now, does it have as much impact as some of the other actions? Maybe not, but I think we need to still support it and say, as a region, if we do this, it can be done across the region. So that will have more impact, whereas some of the actions may only be able to impact one of the counties. So we are looking at those things, and part of the PCAP is to include that specific measure of how much impact does it really have.
Dale.
At the later public meetings and the workshop, there was an emerging trend that the 3 things in particular, the reforestation and anything dealing with clean air and reducing air pollution, and also for all the lakefront affected areas, anything dealing with reducing erosion and shoreline protection. These 3 areas in particular had widespread belief throughout the region and among people of across the spectrum in terms of their general outlook on these kind of issues.
Yeah, very good.
You know, another area that I think will serve across counties very well is new energy sources. So looking at something like microgrids or clean energy generation, I know that other counties have been looking at that as well as Cuyahoga County and the city of Cleveland. And so there's an opportunity there that nobody gets offended by that, but everybody has an opportunity for it.
Okay, a couple things. I do know with reforestation, always a great thing. Lorraine County has many, many trees and we love it out there. Same with
I'm
Medina.
going to give you more.
I know it is, but there is a small town in Lake County, though, during an air quality meeting, explained that they're a net positive on carbon due to their forestation within their city, their little town. And I
Right?
thought that was very interesting to hear that.
Yes.
And yeah, I mean, urban centers tend to knock down all their trees. I don't see many out here. There's a couple looking out the windows. Tough to do here in the urban centers, but the counties do a pretty good job of that, except that with housing developments and things like that, they do clear out some land. Mostly it's farmland that is just productive for grains, but sometimes they do take with it some acreage of trees. You talked about renewable, types of new energy sources, hydrogen. I'm not sure where that's at. And then the other thing is, during these public sessions that the Ratner Group went around, who was really asking for agriculture to be put into that? I mean, what demographic, which counties? I don't see that. We're doing a 5-year strategic plan in Lorain County, and we're halfway through developing that. We did hold one meeting in one of our towns, and there's quite a discussion between a person saying we need to get rid of farming and a couple farmers who happened to be in the room explaining exactly how efficient, how effective they are, and how they work as hard as they can towards, doing things in a very good environmental way. So I was just wondering about where is this coming from again? I really would like to know. Because during my meeting in Lorain County, I attended it, I didn't hear anything. And then hydrogen as being something that, you bring that type of development of that science.
Right. So I think the discussion on agriculture, and again, it's a different perspective than perhaps what staff presented in some of the areas last week. A lot of that was coming from Edina and Geauga in terms of making sure that when we develop a plan, that it is comprehensive, that farmers have a lot of concern over climate change. They may not be the same as others, but that there is concern about different actions that, or different results of the change in the climate. So it may not have been exactly what ended up being on the paper last week, but there were just general comments about the fact that we did not include agriculture. And if you recall, Commissioner Harrison had sent out a memo that also included the concept of agriculture being not included in our plan. Therefore, all of these things together made us really think about we can't have a complete plan. Also, more guidance as we go through the federal requirements that we really could not have a complete plan without including agriculture.
Yeah, I mean, certainly climate changes that happen over time. Just sometimes the normal things. You may see an increase in the amount of precipitation that occurs, and that does affect farmland. I mean, as far as drainage, getting to the field early to plow, getting crops out early versus later, possibly having two abilities to plant twice, pulling your winter wheat and then getting out getting the corn in. That's, however farmers do it, very efficient at what they do with their land. But it does take, some cooperation from the weather. So, but I do appreciate that. Thank you for that follow-up.
Yeah, we are trying to balance and there's also the understanding that many of the people, particularly NOACA staff that work very closely with this, have some very closely held beliefs. And sometimes getting them to step away from those closely held beliefs is a little bit of a challenge. And so I think the agriculture may be one of those. And so, again, but we listen, we hear, and we change.
Okay, listen here, change, maybe go out and experience it. I'm telling you, I milked a cow as a kid. That was great. Okay. I mean, the things we had to do, raising a cow to feed the family. Those are things we did. This wasn't Depression age either. This was the 50s and 60s. And that's how a lot of people did in the country, each individual farm. So you do have a lot of people experience that are probably much older because now milk, where does it come from? A store. Okay. So anyhow, that's.
My father's family were farmers. I understand. And I was a member of the Farm Bureau for many, many, many years.
Going back to Kyle's original point, it does feel important that when we're reflecting community input and updates of the plan, people can see themselves in that in a way that fits with our overarching goals. And it seems like we have perhaps missed opportunities to do that in a way that contributes to alignment. I'm not totally comfortable laying that all at the feet of staff. I think that we can create timelines and capacity and processes that help to reinforce that trust and that integration of people's input in a way that builds that type of buy-in and ownership into our process. So going back to our goals for this year, it seems like there's some potential alignment between the funding opportunities ahead of us and the focus on the community affairs function that's growing in NOACA, building those stakeholder teams, those coalitions. And I wonder if maybe we want to just create a little bit clearer alignment in our goals around this issue.
Thank you, Kelly. Any other thoughts on this topic? Okay. So we still don't have a quorum. Stacy mentioned that we may be, if I'm understanding this correctly, Stacy, rather than calling this a motion, we're going to call it a recommendation. Is that fair then? Okay. All right. So then the chair will entertain a recommendation to approve the 2024 committee focus areas.
I'll make a recommendation to approve with a couple of potential additions to the focus areas. I think the one that highlights advocacy and communication around the IIJA should maybe also include the Inflation Reduction Act, given that that's where a lot of the climate pollution reduction funding is. And also in the climate action line where we talk about developing the plan, that since this year we're moving toward implementation, we include that as a focus in addition to just developing.
I'm sorry, I could not hear what you were saying. Could you speak up a little bit?
Sure, happy to. And I wonder if we could go back to the slide with the 2024 draft goals. So my recommendation would be in the fourth line for advocacy and outreach for federal, state, and local priorities with focus on IIJA, that we also include the Inflation Reduction Act, since that's where a lot of the climate action work is stemming from and the funding source for that implementation. And then the second line from the bottom, advancing participation for the development and implementation of the climate pollution reduction planning as we're moving from planning to action this year.
Okay. All right. How about a second?
Second.
Dale? Okay. Discussion. All right. We're good. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Anyone opposed? All right, then the recommendation passes.
Just go to the full board.
Does not. It is something that stays in this committee.
Okay, so it's been recommended, but not formally. Okay,
Correct.
Okay.
Okay, very good. Next, we have legislative agenda updates. And to present this information, Bev Bertzlaff.
Sorry, now it's on. Okay. Good morning to the chair and members of the committee. And I'm Bev Bertzlaff, and I'm going to do our quarterly update that we do at our meetings regarding our government affairs activities and program. No action is requested and no previous action. So just a quick reminder, everything we do is based on our legislative agenda. And the board adopted the updated 2024 legislative agenda at the December meeting, which was previously approved by External Affairs Committee at your last October meeting. I know a couple of one or two new people here, but generally every October, this committee approves the updated legislative agenda, and then that goes to the board at their December meeting for approval. And so that's what happened this year. The agenda that was approved by the committee is almost exactly what was approved by the board, with the exception of one addition that I'll mention in a minute. But this agenda is largely consistent from past years. We did make some edits at the committee level to denote some emerging priorities and roles for MPOs. So for example, we added economic development, and we added climate pollution last October as priorities. At the December board meeting, we also added passenger rail. So I'll go through these priorities real fast. Quick review. Our federal priorities are to strengthen the MPO's local control of core transportation programs, promote asset management as a funding priority, and incorporate safety, sustainability, multimodalism, and here's the two new, climate resilience and economic development, those are new this year, in our planning and funding. The state priorities remained unchanged. Improve the region's rate of return from state allocated funds to meet regional asset management needs, and advocate for the inclusion of multimodal transportation within state programs and funding. In addition to our legislative agenda, most of you know, we also produce another document each year called our Federal and State Initiatives for Action, two-sided document that more thoroughly explains how we will put our legislative agenda into action. So it's a document aimed more at implementation. It's more flexible. We can change it as needed. The board does not give formal approval to that document. So I'm just going to run through the initiatives quickly. I won't go into detail. This was included in your packet, so you have seen it, and it's mostly unchanged from the 2023. One initiative on the federal side is coordinate a regional approach to maximize the impact of IIJA federal transportation funding on Northeast Ohio. Ask Congress to stabilize and grow the Highway Trust Fund and encourage the search for new revenue sources, such as a VMT fee. Encourage federal support for making Greater Cleveland a significant hub on the national passenger rail network. Building on IIJA authority. Urge the U.S. DOT to adequately fund the NET Council to support Hyperloop and other emerging technologies that will someday improve efficiency, safety, and mitigate climate and air pollution with our transportation system. Support the new Great Lakes Authority to bring increased opportunity and environmental stewardship to the mega region. Maximize funding opportunities through the Inflation Reduction Act to pursue regional climate pollution reduction goals. And that was just mentioned, that a lot of the climate pollution money comes through the IRA. So we are targeting that. Pursue initiatives and funding to implement NOACA's comprehensive economic development strategy. And this is a newer initiative now that NOACA has a CEDS, the Comprehensive Economic Development Strategy for the region. We're going to focus more on economic development and seeking economic development funding for our communities. Oppose the suspension of Ohio's 2019 gas tax increase. This pops up from time to time in our state legislature. There are always efforts to roll back that gas tax increase, which we know is vital to supporting our communities and their efforts to maintain roadways in our region. And finally, advocate for increased funding for transit in Ohio. And this state initiative, this always becomes a bigger issue when the transportation budgets are considered in the legislature in odd-numbered years. So every year we go to bat for transit funding when the legislature considers its biennial transportation budget. Advocate, again at the state level, advocate for an equitable return of state transportation dollars to Northeast Ohio, and support efforts to remediate contamination and protect air and water quality. The last three at the state level are encourage comprehensive and equitable maintenance of national highway system routes in Ohio. Encourage state support for making Greater Cleveland a significant hub on the national passenger rail network. Again, this initiative or this priority is on at both state and federal levels. And support proposals to increase transportation safety and reduce distracted driving. So now I'm just gonna focus on just a few of our recent initiatives or some of the things we've been working most on in the past few months. So first of all, passenger rail. NOACA continues its advocacy for improved east-west service through Cleveland. As you all know, the federal government had a big competition where they went out with something called their Corridor ID program, and they wanted to choose corridors that would receive more focus in the coming years and federal funding. We had proposed 3 east-west corridors out of Cleveland, going west to Chicago and east to Buffalo en route to New York and east to Pittsburgh en route to DC. Those are segments of what are currently already long distance service run by Amtrak. So we wanted to see some improvements with better scheduling, daytime service, more on-time service for those east-west routes. Our routes were not chosen. But we are continuing to work on improving that east-west service. There are other bites at the apple, so to speak. We are working currently through the FRA has a program to, or a study that's ongoing where they're looking at the long-distance routes to see how they can be improved. Our executive director, Grace Galucci, is part of a study committee looking at that long-distance service, and we'll be attending meetings coming up to continue to advocate that the Capital Limited and the Lakeshore Limited, which are the 2 long-distance routes that traverse Cleveland going east and west, that they get funding and attention to improve that service. In addition, NOACA will continue to work with, we're working with a statewide coalition to support the 3C&D and Cleveland to Detroit initiatives. Those 2 corridors were proposed by the state of Ohio for Corridor ID. They were chosen. We want to see those move ahead. Those new corridors are by no means a sure thing. It's going to require a big push to make those eventually happen. At this point, each of those corridors received $500,000 just to do some very early scoping studies to decide whether they should move forward into detailed design and engineering. So we are working to promote that. And by the way, All Aboard Ohio, which is a statewide advocacy organization for passenger rail, they're hosting an event here at NOACA in our offices next week, next Thursday, from 1:30 to 2:30. And all board members are invited. So we would love to see all of you there. If you're interested, let me know after the meeting. We can help you get registered for that. It's the All Aboard Ohio group they're really hosting the event, and they will be presenting results of an economic development study that was done to look at the economic impacts of expanding passenger rail in Ohio. Next, I want to focus on the climate pollution reduction grant opportunity. There was a lot of discussion earlier in the meeting about the climate pollution reduction efforts here. And so NOACA and the city of Cleveland received a $1 million planning grant to prepare the priority climate action plan and the comprehensive climate action plan for the Cleveland, Elyria Metropolitan Statistical Area, which is NOACA's 5 counties. So that initial priority climate action plan is due March 1st. Then the funding proposal to implement those projects and programs. That's due just 1 month later on April 1st. And the projects in the implementation grant proposal must match the PCAP, the Priority Climate Action Plan. So it is a very compressed timeline that we're working in. So our government affairs team is working with our environmental team here at NOACA to help, make sure that we develop a strong application. And working with the city of Cleveland to be successful with the funding part. Again, US EPA will award a total of $4.6 billion to entities across the nation, which is a unprecedented amount. In terms of economic development, our government affairs team is focusing more on that, again, now that we have a comprehensive economic development strategy for our region. We're looking at federal funding opportunities through the EDA, Department of Commerce, that our communities might want to be aware of. Here is a sampling of just a few opportunities that are out there right now that we wanted to highlight, bring to your attention. If you see anything that you're interested in, or if you go to EDA's Economic Development Administration's website, you see any funding opportunities that your communities would be interested in and you want more information or assistance, feel free to reach out to us and we would be happy to help you. We often provide letters of support and other assistance with any of these economic development funding programs. There are also state funds available for economic development. We just wanted to mention a couple of those. This All Ohio Future Fund through the Ohio Department of Development was authorized in the state budget last year to create shovel-ready sites to attract or expand businesses and jobs. Applications are projected to open mid-February. And there's $750 million available. So it's pretty substantial. There are also water and wastewater infrastructure grants available through the Ohio EPA. One round just closed, but there will be another round in the coming year. This is to improve drinking water, clean drinking water and wastewater infrastructure. So again, if you need assistance, please reach out to us and we're happy to help. Just want to talk for a minute too about another item that we've worked on. Our government affairs team works on a great deal, which is our regional strategy for funding opportunities. As many of you know, we created this following enactment of the infrastructure law, the bipartisan infrastructure law, or IIJA, because that new law created dozens of new discretionary grant programs. So NOACA created a sort of coordinated strategy really to coordinate efforts among communities in our region so that we can win grants for the region, reduce instances where communities are competing against each other. Essentially, the strategy is a large multi-page spreadsheet with projects from our long-range plan matched by year to all these different grant programs through 2026. It's predictable, but also flexible because there is opportunity to update the strategy. You can go to our website. There's a page devoted to our strategy, and there's a link to a form. You can look at the strategy itself. You can go to a form where you can suggest an update. If there's a project that wasn't on the strategy that you want to add, or if there's a project that was on the strategy that you want to remove or change to a different year, you can fill out a form and we consider that and then bring that up through the board process, through the committees to the board for updates. But it's a board approved document, so we follow the committee structure. It's very similar to how we deal with amendments to our TIP, our Transportation Improvement Program. So we continue to administer this strategy. We seek updates regularly from our communities. We just recently had closed out one we had a deadline last week for updates. Not that you can still submit them anytime, but in this current round that will go to the next board meeting, we received maybe 7 or 8 requests for updates. So we continue to administer that. And we're evaluating all those requests that came in. And I would say that most of the transportation-related funding opportunities in the IIJA are receiving applications from our region, which that was the point. We want to make sure that there aren't funding opportunities that nobody's applying for, that might get missed, that might go applied for. So most every transportation-related funding opportunity in that law, someone from our region is submitting an application. One community or entity is submitting an application. I don't need to go into too much detail. Grace covered this earlier, but we were recently awarded $15 million for our community EV charging program. It's very exciting news. 47 awards across 22 states from the Charging and Fueling Infrastructure Discretionary Grant Program that was created in the IIJA. I believe only 2 MPOs were chosen, and NOACA was one of them. It will help us expand our public EV charging in our communities and improve our air quality, reduce climate pollution. Just wanted to note that over the last 5 years, and again, this list is not exhaustive or all-inclusive, just some of the grants that have come to our region over the last 5 years. This slide and the next slide shows some of the funding that we've helped bring here. Not all of these are things that NOACA applied for. Some of these are things that other communities applied for, and we supported them. Kudos to GCRTA for their $130 million grant for the rail car replacement program. We supported ODOT, got a $29 million statewide grant for low-no emission vehicles for transit authorities. It was a sort of a statewide effort that included a number of transit authorities, including GCRTA and Geauga County Transit. And there were several Safe Streets and Roads for All planning grants that came to our region recently. And here are some others. NOACA's Brownfields Revolving Loan Fund, money for the Cuyahoga Valley Scenic Rail Extension Study, $9 million for Irishtown Bend, 9.6 for our Amish Buggy Safety Program in Geauga County. And finally, I just wanted to end with at our next board meeting, before our next board meeting on March 8th, from 8 to 9 a.m., we'll have our annual legislative meet and greet. We always do this, or normally we do this at our March meeting. We start an hour early, and we have, coffee and Danish, and we invite our region's State House delegation to come in and meet with board members and alternates. So we encourage you to attend. It's just a great opportunity to talk to our delegation about issues that are important to our region, especially related to transportation and infrastructure. And then we ask each of the State House representatives or senators we invite them to come to the podium and address the board briefly. So put that on your calendar, and we hope to see you there. So at this point, are there any questions or any discussion?
Okay, yep, I think we've got some. Councilman Miller.
I have 2 questions, and the first is that I would ask if the director could make some comment about what the implications are about the east-west routes not being approved, and what does that mean, and can that be changed in the future?
So I do think that it was an unfortunate situation where the state of Ohio did not support our routes. And so the ones that were selected were the state routes, Cleveland, Columbus to Cincinnati, and then Cleveland to Toledo to Chicago, to Detroit. What that means is I think that it does take away from Cleveland's ability to be the best candidate for a hub. I still think that the routes that were approved certainly give us some basis for that. We'll need to continue working on that. As Bev mentioned, there is a long distance study that still could give us what we need in terms of the frequency and the daytime service. So there's still a possibility with that. We've got a meeting in Kansas City coming up where we're going to help try to make that case. If that doesn't work, we still have the opportunity to reapply next year for corridor ID. So I don't think it's totally over with. And hopefully if we're not going to be competing with the state next year, they might be able to give us that approval. But it did hurt us that the state did not approve it,
Okay, thank you.
did not support it.
Can I
The
jump
sec-
in, Councilman, if you don't mind, just because I had a very related question? On the 2 pages that were shown, for the initiatives for action, the bottom of page 21 does talk about those rail corridors. And it talks about the ones that were east-west. You know, given that we are supportive of the corridors that got chosen, could we update that language to include these 2 corridors? You know, we can still leave the others in, I think, if those are ones we're continuing to pursue, but I think it's important that we're publicly saying we are supportive of those 2 chosen corridors. I'm looking at the bottom of page 21, the agenda, where encourage state support for making Greater Cleveland a significant hub. And it only mentions the 2 corridors that, you know, NOACA had sort of championed, but now that there's money for the others, I just think we need to
Yeah,
add
we're-
those in there to, again, show our support as part of that.
I'm sorry, if I could just ask if you could choose your mic, because I can't hear
sorry,
anything.
I sat in the
I-
worst spot. so
We
I
have
can't.
this, whatever HVAC system that blocks
Totally
out.
apologize. Yeah, so I was looking at the bottom of page 21 on the initiatives, and the one that talks the second from the bottom about the national hub. And again, it only mentions the New York to DC and the Chicago corridor. Now that we, again, statewide and federally are funding 2 other corridors, and you said in your presentation, obviously, we are supportive of those. I just want to make sure that language gets included in there, you know, from a public perspective, so people understand.
So I think the reason it's here, not to say that that's not a bad idea, but the reason that they're not here is
Mhm.
because they've already been granted. And so these are initiatives
But they
for,
weren't granted when this was written, was it? I still think we want continued support, right? So I just think if we add them in there, again, since they are moving forward, they're still valid to, you know, for us to continue to support, correct?
I have a different opinion.
Okay.
I don't think that, if we had to choose, which we did, we chose ours.
Sure.
And although we were supportive of the others, part of that support was because we were told they would support ours, which they did not.
So are we no longer supportive of the chosen? I mean, in Bev's presentation on the slides, she included those, you know,
Right. It's not that we're
corridors.
not supportive. We are supportive, but there isn't anything from a legislative perspective to support since they were already selected for the corridor ID is what I'm just saying, is that they were already selected. And so the legislation is in their favor already. So I don't know that there's anything else to support until, let's say they complete the studies. And then once they complete the studies, we want to move forward with support for the next step.
Sure.
Then I think that's valid. I guess I wasn't thinking
So I
that
assume
far
we
ahead.
would, because again, they're still coming through Cleveland, as you just said, and
Sure,
providing
yeah.
us with opportunities.
Again,
so-
we were just thinking of timing, that because they just won those, there wasn't anything that they needed from us.
I see.
So it's not that I'm disagreeing with you. So we'll have to think about how to best
Mhm.
phrase that so that it shows that we're really still trying to advocate for ours. And we'll, do something to support the others, sure.
Yeah, or advocate for additional corridors. I don't think it's ours versus theirs. I think it's, we would like to see additional service and additional
Yeah,
opportunity.
we didn't see it that way. We saw it as, it really was ours versus theirs, because there were not going to be all of them selected.
I see.
And the ones that have been selected now are highlighting Columbus. And to the extent you support those, you support Columbus more than you support Cleveland.
So Toledo, Detroit, Cleveland is a Columbus-focused route?
No, but Fort Wayne to Columbus to Chicago, or Columbus to Fort Wayne to Chicago, as well. They're, again, it's a difference of opinion, but we'll take your input and we will come up with language that best supports, all of them.
Okay, and thank you, Councilman, for letting me jump in on that, just related.
Okay, thanks, Debbie. Did you have another comment? Dan?
Director, I had a second question. Am I correct that the deadline for applying for the actual funding for the climate pollution reduction grants has now been moved from April 1 to July 1? Did I
I
hear you
believe
say-
that is correct. Is that correct, Beth?
Not that I'm aware of. I'll go back and double check, but I thought the deadline was April 1st. There's
Well,
a
April
July
1st is the
1st
letter of-
deadline. The July 1st deadline, I think, is for you have to create an MOU among the coalition that is submitting among
It's
the
my
stake.
understanding that the April 1 deadline is the letter of intent. or
No,
letter of
that's
interest.
actually February 1. That's coming
Okay,
up.
Then
It's very fast. So the letter of intent is February 1st. And unless this just happened and it's escaped me, I think our application, so the PCAP's due March 1st and the implementation grant is due April 1st. Then you have to submit an MOU later in like July 1st to among all of the applicants in your coalition. And then, of course, the CCAP isn't due till 2025.
So I'm glad I asked the question. Let's not miss the deadline.
Yeah, we will look at that because there have been changes.
Yeah,
There was a recently issued change for this July
okay.
timeline. So we will get that information and we will send it out.
I'll double check that. I know there was a lot of consternation over the fact that the deadline is so close, where you submit your PCAP on March 1st and then the funding application was due just 1 month later, and they have to align, they have to match. So it's possible that it was changed, and I'll double check that.
Okay, yeah, Debbie.
Yeah, so again, newer to this committee, but looking back at these 2024 state initiatives for action, I think there's a lot of good things contained within here. I guess I'm wondering, is there metrics or is there a tool to identify our level of success here? I know some of it is just advocating, but, and again, Bev has shown some of the things that we've gotten, but I guess, do we set goals for how far we want to get in these categories and then come back and, share with this committee, share with the board what we've achieved? I guess I'm just kind of wondering, there's some big important things in here. How are we measuring it? How are we setting a goal to know that we as an organization have achieved or, need to focus a little bit differently on some of these things to move them the way we want them to?
So we have not specifically set metrics to suggest that we would need to, if we win $15 million of the IIJA, that's satisfactory. We have been going basically for everything, so that everything on here. Now, for prioritizations, sure, we can certainly discuss prioritization, and we can certainly try to put metrics around the work. I think the more specificity, the better off we are.
Yeah, I would agree. I think that, again, just obviously there's so much here and only so many resources and so much capacity. So kind of really identifying what is it that we want to achieve? How are we doing in those categories? And where we maybe find that we're not moving the needle as much, what can we do to change that, going forward? What kind of engagement, what kind of focus would we need? It'd just be really helpful. Because it sounds like a lot of these are priorities from last year as well. And again, maybe it was presented of what was achieved completely last year, but I think just really being intentional about that would be helpful.
Sure, we can work on that for you.
Okay, and then I have two, go ahead, I'm sorry.
I was just going to say, Joe McDonald has now arrived. And Joe, I don't know if you heard the question, and that is why you arrived, or it was just perfect timing. But there is a question about the deadlines for the climate pollution reduction grant. And I don't know if you know those off the top of your head. There is a February, March, April, July. If you can give us the deadlines, that would be extremely helpful. Thank you.
No. Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
Joe?
I thought this was policy committee and I guess I'm early. Grace, you actually cut out a little bit. I think I heard you ask about deadlines for the Climate Pollution Reduction Grant Program.
You got it.
There are 3 critical deadlines that are coming up. February 1st is the deadline for the optional letter of intent to apply for implementation grant funding. It is optional, but that is a deadline. March the 1st is the deadline for submittal to US EPA of the Priority Climate Action Plan. And April 1st is the deadline to submit your application for the competitive Phase 2 implementation grant funds. Is that helpful?
It is. What is the recent July deadline?
I'm not familiar with the July deadline.
Okay. Okay, so it sounds like we are still on the original deadlines. And to reaffirm or to give Councilman Miller some satisfaction in knowing that staff are on top of it. They've got the deadlines down. We've been working with the city of Cleveland on all of these deadlines. I just saw this issue of something that had moved to July and I spoke prematurely.
Yeah.
I had 2 more, hopefully very quick questions. Going back to the All Ohio Fund, and again, talking about deadlines, are the applications currently open or they're opening in February? I was just unclear by the slide.
I believe that members of the state senators are, they're probably entertaining applications on a roll, now or on a rolling basis, but I don't know that they've officially opened their portal, so.
Could you go back to your slide really quick? Because the way I read it, and it might be incorrect, is that applications are open and the money will be expended by mid-February? They're projected mid-February until all funds are expended. So are you
So the
saying?
House had a different deadline and theirs was December, so it's passed. The Senate now is accepting applications.
They actually are.
So I was told
Okay.
mid-February. I'll double check that too.
Okay, I guess I was thinking it was.
I think if you have proposals, you can go ahead and start talking to your senators about them.
Yep, okay, that's helpful. And then my last question is actually, I think on your next slide about the IIJA. I know that, yes, you are doing updates right now. How are those updates handled? Because I know there's potentially some, conflicts of different folks that are going for the same funding. How did that get resolved? And then how does that come back to the board?
Yeah, often there are not conflicts. It kind of has been working out fairly well in the rare cases where there is a conflict. We reach out to all the parties involved and say, hey, is your project really ready to go next year? If it's not, would you be okay moving it back a year? And generally that's been working okay. We haven't really had any real
Conflicts.
confrontations or anything divisive like that. It's generally been by agreement, discussion, let's all talk, and that's been what I've seen.
Sure.
Grace,
And then
did-
ultimately we bring it to the board for ratification.
Mhm.
Okay, that's helpful.
Yep.
Thank you. That's all I'll ask for now.
Okay, very good. All right. Well, thank you, Bev. That was a great presentation. A lot of information there, and appreciate the legislative update.
Thank you.
All right. Do we have any other reports or updates for today's meeting? All right. Do we have any old business? No. Okay. How about new business? All right. Well, if not, then Chair will adjourn the external committee meeting. Thank you.
Thank you.
External affairs.
External affairs.
Thanks.
You're here for the next one too.
I guess, yeah.
couldn't make it this morning due to the weather, so I'll fill in as chair. Why don't we begin with the reciting the Pledge of Allegiance? In compliance with notification requirements of Ohio's open meeting law, notice of this meeting has been publicly posted and major public media has been notified. NOACA conducts its meetings according to Robert's Rules of Order. Actions during the meeting will be taken by voice vote. If any member feels the need to abstain from any vote due to a conflict of interest, he or she should state their intention to abstain when the matter is introduced by the chair for presentation for the record. Subsequently, that member shall not participate in any discussion of the matter for which conflict exists. According to Robert's rules, absence from a meeting does not require a member to abstain from voting on the minutes. If the member still wishes to abstain, he or she should state their intention for the record. For the benefit of our guests from the public and the recording of this meeting, please be sure to speak into the microphone. The microphones can be turned on and off using the gray button on top of them. They are on when the light is blue. I'd like to welcome the following new members. We have Callie Mersman, Senior Strategist for Transit and Mobility with the City of Cleveland. And we also have Bishop Gerard Merbel, Executive Committee, Lake County NWACP, Chair of the Equity Subcommittee. So also welcome Bishop Merbel. Do we have a quorum today? Okay, all right. So we've got meeting minutes to approve from our last policy committee meeting from October 13th of last year. Chair will entertain a motion. All right, very good. Thank you, Mary. Can I have a second, please? All right, thank you, Pam. Any discussion on the minutes? No? All right, all those in favor, please say aye. Anyone opposed? No. Okay, then the minutes are approved from the last meeting. We will move next to the subcommittee updates. And, okay, yeah, so the subcommittees, these would be the Economic Development Subcommittee and the Equity Subcommittee. The chairs are not here today to give us updates, so all the updates and information is in your packet. All right, public comments on any current agenda items. Do we have anyone signed in to speak today? Nobody, okay. All right, then next we'll move on to the executive director's report. Grace, do you have anything for us today?
I do not. We can move right into business.
All right, very good.
It's just a committee meeting.
All right,
I'll have plenty more at the board meeting.
very good. All right, thank you, Grace. Under action items, we'll begin today. This would be the NOACA's 2023 Title VI program. And Ronnie Blackshear, you're going to take this one for us?
Yes.
Oh, and Grace, you're
That-
both of you. Okay.
Yeah, that's okay.
All right.
Just wanting to give an introduction. We don't bring this often to the committee. There's only updates every few years. So of course, Title VI program describes how NOACA complies with Title VI of the Civil Rights Act of 1964. And we have a very detailed policy and procedure, and Ronnie is going to take us through all of the different aspects of the document and what we are updating for submission to the federal government. Ronnie?
Thank you, Grace. Good morning, everyone. For the record, Ronnie Blackshear with NOACA staff. The action requested here is to recommend the NOACA 2023 Title VI program to the Executive Committee for placement on the March 8th board agenda. Previous action was the NOACA 2020 Title VI program, which was approved by the board in December of 2020. As background, the Civil Rights Act of 1964, Title VI prohibits discrimination on the basis of race, color, and national origin in any program or activity that receives federal funds or other federal financial assistance. Federal law related to the Civil Rights Act includes the Civil Rights Restoration Act of 1987, the Executive Order 11246, the Equal Employment Opportunity of 1965, Executive Order 11625, prescribing a national program for minority business enterprise, 1971, Executive Order 12898, federal actions to address environmental justice in the minority populations and low-income populations of 1994, and Executive Order 13166, improving access to services for people with limited English proficiency, that was in 2000. The Title VI program requirements include the Title VI notice to the public, Title VI complaint procedures and complaint form, demographic profile of the metropolitan area, limited English proficiency plan, a description of the procedures by which the mobility needs of minority populations was considered within the planning process, demographic maps that show the distribution of state and federal funds, and the public participation plan. Specifically, the NOACA 2023 Title VI program includes the public notice in English and Spanish, complaint procedures and form in English and Spanish, processes for using social economic data and mapping to determine how NOACA's projects benefit environmental justice populations, a description of NOACA's non-discrimination policies, an update on staff training pertaining to equity, Title VI and environmental justice, NOACA's commitment to racial equity and planning and development of NOACA's equity subcommittee. The NOACA 2023 Title VI program covers the calendar years 2024 through 2026. It's a 3-year period. Staff will provide updates or proceeding or continuing to provide updates to demographics based on the 2020 census. This will be done prior to board adoptions. Pending approval of the NOACA 2023 Title VI program, it would be forwarded to the appropriate state and federal officials. And the action here is to recommend the NOACA 2023 Title VI program to the Executive Committee for placement on the March 8th board agenda. Now stand for questions.
Yeah, very good. All right. Thank you, Ronnie. Chair will entertain a motion. All right. Sam, thank you. Can you have a second, please? Annette, all right. And discussion. Any discussion? Yes, Kelly.
I wonder if you could provide a brief overview of the types of updates that were made since the last one. I know you highlighted some of the general categories, but for example, could you explain briefly what the changes to staff training are and any other substantive changes since the last approval?
I heard the last part of that. I'm sorry.
I'm wondering if you could just briefly share a little more detail about any substantive changes since the last approval. I know you outlined the categories that were updated.
Well, some of the substantive changes that are occurring now that I have is the updated the committee structure chart. The 4 council boards that are deliberate regularly on issues in Title VI, we updated the memberships. That was the Transit Council, the BPAC, the Community Advisory Council, and the Rural Advisory Council. And we're reviewing demographics, and that would be the major thrust of the information that was in the 2020 plan.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
And that's ongoing now. We're still updating that information to make sure that we're capturing the 20 census data.
Thank you. I appreciate the complaint process laid out in the document and see that there's a process for reporting to NOACA and then forwarding to ODOT and FHWA if there are disagreements about how those are resolved. I do wonder if the board members would be interested in any sort of report outs of filings of those to the board, just so board members have an awareness of any complaints and resolutions as they happen.
We certainly can bring that to this committee.
Huh.
We've rarely gotten any over the years. I don't know that I can even think of one off the top of my head. But if they do, we have had some complaints about some aspect of public hearing. But it wasn't anything that got to that level.
I assume that they would be rare. I think it might just be helpful for board to have some awareness of anything that may come up.
We can report that on a regular basis.
Thanks, appreciate it.
Okay, great. All right. Any other comments from the board this morning? Committee members? All right, then all those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Anyone opposed? No. All right, then the motion passes. We'll move on next to focus areas. First, we have the 2024 Policy Committee focus area. Joe, you're going to take this one for us?
Yes. Good morning, everyone.
Morning.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The item before you is discussion and approval of the 2024 committee focus areas. Previous action was last January's approval of the 2023 committee focus areas. So this is a tradition. As a reminder, or for some of you who are new to the policy committee, the charter was adopted in 2014 and it defines the purpose, goals, activities, organization and structure, and staffing for the policy committee. The purpose of this committee is to provide technical advice and recommendations in the areas of comprehensive agency policy and long-range planning to the board of directors. Goals are to ensure policies support NOACA's vision statement, that policies advance the goals of the agency relative to air, water, and transportation, and to ensure policies enhance NOACA's strategies. The focus areas approved for last year were the development of the Regional Climate Action Plan, Traffic Signal Preemption Policy Update, the Comprehensive Economic Development Strategy Policy Outcomes, Brownfields Remediation, which was new for last year, and our Long Range Plan Policy Areas, ENEO 2050. We propose continuation of these focus areas for 2024. There are no financial impacts. Meeting agendas and materials will be crafted to accomplish the identified focus areas. So these are the focus areas that we put in front of you for consideration, and we are happy to amend based on the policy committee's recommendations. Thank you.
Okay, very good. Thank you, Joe. All right, Chair will entertain a motion. Oh, Pam. All right, thank you. Can I have a second, please?
Second.
All right, that was Mary. Oh, Debbie. Okay, very good. All right, thank you. All right, any discussion on the focus area here, the first one? Yes, Mary.
I just had a question. Is it something that I'm thinking about Amtrak and I'm thinking about the Scenic Valley Railroad? Should that be in there as, I guess, passenger rail as a priority or a focus? Or where would that fall in here? Maybe it's under other, but I don't know if that's something that should be called out.
So, I'm sorry, you were saying passenger rail? You were saying Cuyahoga Valley Scenic Railroad?
Amtrak. I'm just thinking of all the rail studies and work that's being done, should that be,
Should that be in the
focus
policy
area?
committee? So that the report outs would be here?
or does it just go to transportation subcommittee?
That's what, well,
Okay.
I think it's planning and programming.
Which, right, is the next meeting, sorry.
Yeah,
Okay, that's fair. Thank you.
okay, sure.
Okay, very good, Mary. Any other comments from the committee this morning on this focus area? Pam?
Just one, sorry about that. As the year progresses, are we able to add to these focus areas if there's an opportunity or there's something we want to adjust focus on?
Absolutely. The focus areas are a starting point for the year for the committee. These do not get approved by the board. They stay here at the committee level and they can be modified at any time.
Excellent. Thank you.
Very good. Thank you, Pam. John?
Just as long, the board to understand that this position longstanding has been in opposition to the climate action planning that's been going on here. So I'm going to look at voting as approval, but with the exception of this one item.
Okay, thank you, John. Any other discussion from the committee members? All right. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Anyone opposed?
I'm also an aye, but with the exception of that one item, regional climate action planning, climate pollution reduction. Thank you.
All right, thank you, John. All right, then the motion passes. All right, very good. Thank you. All right, moving on to our focus areas. Next, we will take a look at and discuss the 2024 Economic Development Subcommittee focus areas. And Grace and Ronnie, you're going to take this one for us?
Yeah, the Economic Development Subcommittee is relatively new. So this will be I think the first time you're adopting the focus areas for this subcommittee. Ronnie will take us through the detail.
Okay, the action requested is to approve the focus areas discussed at the December 8th Economic Development Subcommittee meeting. There was no previous action since the subcommittee was just formed last year. At its December 8th meeting, the Economic Development Subcommittee continued discussion of focus area topics to accomplish in calendar year 2024. The initial discussion began at our first meeting, which was on September 22nd. A thorough discussion of the focus area topics at the December 8th meeting produced what steps should be. First was draft performance metrics, establish a baseline to measure the region's progress in implementing and maintaining the CEDS, which is the Comprehensive Economic Development Strategy. Some of the traditional type metrics that we'll be looking at are jobs created and retained, private investment, where the latter, which is private investment, can lead to the former. Some non-traditional metrics includes wealth creation, GDP per capita, household income per capita, wages, and net worth. Another topic is the development of a grant strategy to be developed throughout the year. Inform people of grants available, review the success of different communities and share that information, and plan for collaboration of applications within the region. Another topic would be to look for regional projects that promote community collaboration. The next topic is educate communities on the CEDS and its benefits to their areas. And the last one is to create a centralized repository of all information, for example, a web page listing all grant opportunities, the metrics, and other areas that would be beneficial to the region. The focus areas, the drafting of the performance metrics, develop a grant strategy to look for regional projects that promote community collaboration, educate communities on the CEDS and its benefits to the areas, and to create a centralized repository for all information. They're all new. There's no financial impact. And the next step is the adoption of the focus areas will help the Economic Development Subcommittee in the future to prioritize strategies, promote and coordinate development, and leverage the involvement of public, private, and nonprofit sectors in implementing and maintaining the SEDS. The action is to approve the focus areas discussed at the December 8th Economic Development Subcommittee meeting, and I'll stand for questions.
Very good. All right, thank you, Ronnie. Chair will entertain a motion.
So moved.
Thank you, John. Second, please. Who was that? Okay, we got that. All right, thank you. Any discussion?
Chair,
Yes,
we
Annette.
can go back to the previous slide, the focus areas. I'm really excited about this slide. Drafting performance metrics, the grant strategy, especially regional projects, promote community collaboration, as more and more of the 59 communities are looking at ways to really leverage our resources, limited or significant. So I think we nail this, and I can't tell you, of course, the education of the communities, and then the centralized repository for all information. It really helps our planning and development directors or economic development directors, our cities realize, understand all that's available as we look to advance our cities in various ways. So I am really, really excited about this slide. Thank you.
All right, excellent. Thank you, Annette. Yes, Ronnie.
Yes, Mr. Chair, I would like to also say that staff at our December 8th meeting, we are in the process of putting together some of these metrics to bring back to our next Economic Development Subcommittee as we move forward, so that they'll see exactly what we're looking at doing.
Very good. All right, any other comments? Any more discussion on this before we take a vote? All right, then all those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Anyone opposed? No. All right, then the motion does pass. All right. Next, we will take a look at the 2024 Equity Subcommittee focus area. And Grace, you're going to take this one?
Yes, thank you. So the Equity Subcommittee at this point has been around for some time. We are looking specifically at approving for the committee's charter. States that the Equity Subcommittee shall provide advice and policy recommendations to the Policy Committee to ensure racial and ethnic equity, diversity, and inclusion in all matters affecting the NOACA region. The goals are very, very explicit: erase racism and its negative effects on the communities of color, embrace diversity, strive for equity, and seek inclusion in all of our efforts, and ensure racial equity is embedded in all of our work. To that end, last year, we had developed a 5-year strategic work plan as one of our focus areas, and then evaluate and measure how NOACA policies and actions impact equity in Northeast Ohio. For 2024, we have now completed the development of the 5-year strategic work plan, and we are going to focus on the implementation of that strategic work plan. And we are currently in the process of hiring a consultant to work with us on that endeavor. The RFP is posted on the website. Please, if you know anyone that could be interested, please forward that on to them. So we will continue to work to that point of getting somebody on staff to work with the subcommittee to bring the plan to fruition. Ongoing, we will continue to evaluate and measure how NOACA policies and actions impact equity in Northeast Ohio. We say that's ongoing, but it really has not begun in earnest because of the development of the strategic work plan. And now, as part of the implementation of the strategic work plan, that will begin in earnest. And that is it. No financial impacts. And we will be using the focus areas to craft the work that we do in that subcommittee.
All right, very good. Thank you, Grace. All right, Chair will entertain a motion. Let's see, I think I saw Mary's hand up first. All right, can I have a second, please? All right, Pam, thank you. Any discussion on this motion? Oh, yes, Mary.
Having, being served on this subcommittee, I just want to thank the other subcommittee members of the board because it has been a lot of work, a lot of great work, a lot of great conversations last year to get us to this point. We're going to miss Mayor Whitfield, but I think it's really important for the group to continue to be engaged, and I think we made a lot of progress last year. So thank you for your
You bet.
leadership on this too.
Absolutely, I agree. Debbie?
Thanks. So just a quick question. Grace, you alluded to the evaluate and measure NOACA policies and actions, how they're impacting the community. I assume, and I'm sorry, but I haven't seen the strategic work plan, that it clearly defines metrics and timelines so that we can do that evaluation in the strategic plan. Is that correct?
That would be more focused in the implementation of the strategic plan. So the strategic plan does not have metrics in it to the caliber that you are speaking of. That
Okay.
would be part of the process of implementing the strategic plan, one of the first steps of doing that.
So the committee will create an evaluation tool.
Correct.
Okay, okay. I just, again, want to make sure that we're making real progress, showing we're making progress. And again, I apologize, I haven't read the strategic work plan. I'll look into that, but just want to make sure, again, we've got metrics and we know that we're going in the right direction, or else figuring out ways that we can better implement these things going forward. Thanks.
Good. All right, thank you, Debbie. Yeah, any other, Callie?
Will there be an opportunity for maybe select members of the equity subcommittee to participate in the review of the proposals received through the RFP and selection of that?
It will,
consultant?
yes.
Great, thank you.
In fact, it will be the majority in the selection committee will be from the subcommittee.
All right, anyone else before we take the vote here? We're good. All right, then all those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Anyone opposed? No. Okay, then the motion passes. All right, up next, we do have another presentation. We're going to be talking about the regional climate action priorities. And looks like Grace and Joe McDonald be taking this one.
So, as you know, we were the recipients in partnership with the city of Cleveland to $1 million to facilitate the development of a climate pollution reduction grant program. This was part of the national CPRG program. And we are in the process of developing the PCAP, and Joe will take us through the current status and the remaining items of importance. Joe?
Thank you, Grace. Good morning again, everyone.
Morning.
So there's no action requested here. This item is for information only. And this is really a pivot from last Friday's Board of Directors meeting where the board approved our priority measures. Just to remind all of you again, because I'm going to talk about going forward, the look ahead, which is to implementation and where all of this is going to lead as an opportunity for funding in this region to actually put some of these projects into place to help reduce greenhouse gas emissions. So the CPRG program is an Inflation Reduction Act tool. Section 60114 appropriates nearly $5 billion to US EPA to support climate pollution reduction efforts by all these different jurisdictions. And recipients will develop and implement reduction plans in 2 phases. The first phase, Grace already mentioned, this is the money available for entities to develop these actual plans to reduce greenhouse gas emissions. That's what the city of Cleveland and NOACA already have in terms of a partnership. Phase 2, which is coming up soon, billions of dollars with no match required to implement measures for greenhouse gas reduction plans through actual projects. And I've shared the link so that you can go to the presentation, click on that, and you can read information about the implementation opportunity. Our metropolitan statistical area, which is the same geography as NOACA, the 5 counties, received a $1 million grant to develop 3 items, 3 deliverables over the 4 years of the total award program. The Priority Climate Action Plan is due March 1st of this year, so just 6 weeks away. The Comprehensive Climate Action Plan is due 2 years after the planning grant award, or in the middle of next year, 2025. And then you have a status report that's due toward the end of the grant period, or mid-2027. I want to talk a little bit about the PCAP and why it's important. So there are some required elements, and then there are some encouraged elements. All the encouraged elements are required for the CCAP in addition to the PCAP. So as the name implies, the Comprehensive Climate Action Plan is the full regional climate action plan, and that will be delivered the middle of next summer. The Priority Climate Action Plan is really meant to help tee up the implementation grant opportunities for a region. So the emphasis here is not on all of the elements you see for the CCAP, but really on inventorying the greenhouse gas emissions in your region, which NOACA has already shared with everybody. We did that work in the fall of 2022, identifying priority measures for greenhouse gas emissions reduction, and then doing an analysis to identify how those measures will help reduce greenhouse gas emissions, the cost implications, not a full-blown cost-benefit analysis, but just cost implications, and also really importantly, what will the potential benefit be for low-income and disadvantaged communities? The EPA also wants to ensure that the measures laid out in the PCAP are implementable, so who would actually do them? So again, this is a transition to looking at the projects that could potentially be part of implementation grant applications. You've seen this slide before. It just identifies the greenhouse gas emissions inventory that NOACA did to illustrate that transportation and residential energy are the biggest contributors, with commercial and industrial energy close seconds. And then to help you understand the lingo for the EPA, they break out the sectors this way as they are listed. I'm not going to go over the measures again. I did that at length on Friday, and you're all on the board. But just a reminder of the examples of the kinds of projects that could be part of reducing greenhouse gas emissions in each of these sectors. And this is all laid out in detail in the resolution that was passed by the board, as well as the presentation that I gave on Friday. Okay, I think what's more important to talk about right now is the notice of funding opportunity to encourage applications for implementation grant funding. So the NOFO for that opportunity came out in September of 2023. There is a optional notice of intent or a letter of intent to apply that's due February the 1st. It's optional, it's not required, but it gives people an opportunity to submit an LOI if they intend to apply for implementation funding. There is a deadline to submit questions about the implementation NOFO, that's mid-March, and then the NOFO deadline itself is April the 1st. It's important to help you understand that the planning money was not a competitive process. Because we happen to have the population we do, we received $1 million from EPA to partner with Cleveland. The implementation funding is a competitive process. So every region that received a planning grant is not necessarily entitled to implementation funding. It will be a competition among entities within each of these regions and states around the country to apply for the money. In July, they anticipate notification of funding, and then in October, they anticipate distribution of the award. To give you a sense of the amounts of money we're talking about, EPA put out 5 tiers for awards. The amount of money is significant. Commensurate with that, more money, fewer awards for that particular tier. So the top tier, you're talking about 4 to 10 awards they anticipate in the amounts of $200 million to $500 million. A total amount designated for that tier is $2 billion. So these are really big projects. All the way down to tier E, this is still significant, $2 to $10 million awards anticipated with $100 million and 10 to 50 potential awards. So significant money is at stake for this implementation funding opportunity. Just to give you a sense of the criteria they'll use for evaluation, and again, this will be more important for the entities that actually apply, but it shows you that impact of greenhouse gas reduction measures is the most important. How much are these projects for which people seek implementation money, how much are they going to help reduce greenhouse gas emissions? And there's going to be some math involved in demonstrating that. So impact of greenhouse gas reductions, you will have to calculate the magnitude of the cumulative reductions, and then determine cost effectiveness of this. EPA wants to see how much bang they're getting for their buck. So if we put money into a project, from EPA's perspective, they want to know what they're going to get in terms of greenhouse gas emissions reductions. And they want to ensure that the calculations are of sound quality. The other key component to this effort is the impact on low-income and disadvantaged communities, and they want to see applicants for the implementation money demonstrate that with an analysis, with maps, with tables, with charts and graphs, and how they've engaged the communities in their region that qualify as LIDAC to have them be part of this analysis and assessment. So next steps, NOACA and the City of Cleveland continue to develop the PCAP for US EPA. Again, that deadline is March 1st, 2024. The two deadlines again for implementation funding, the optional letter of intent due February the 1st, and full applications are due April the 1st. Questions?
All right, thank you, Joe. Yes, questions from the board? From our committee here? Yes, Mary?
And this may have been discussed at the board meeting, so I apologize, but I'm thinking, I know that with the 1 million partnering with Cleveland, is the plan to partner with Cleveland on the implementation application, or has that been discussed? It'll be, I guess, NOACA and city, or how that is anticipated?
Mr. Chairman?
Oh, please.
So the $1 million that the region, the metropolitan area has already received, that is to NOACA and the City of Cleveland to produce the 3 deliverables that I outlined earlier. There's the Priority Climate Action Plan, the Comprehensive Climate Action Plan, and the status report. The $1 million, that's separate from the implementation opportunity, except for the PCAP, which is a required submittal. So you have to submit a PCAP for your region for anyone to be eligible for implementation funding. So that's the one nexus between the two opportunities.
Okay. Any other questions for Joe? Okay. All right, very good. Well, thank you, Joe.
Thank you.
Nice presentation. Thank you for the information. All right, we'll move on to old business. Do we have any old business today from anyone? All right, how about new business? Any new business? All right, if we don't, then I think we'll adjourn today's meeting. Thank you for coming, and drive home carefully, as we do have some snow out there, so take your time. I don't need one unless, nah, we're good. Thank you.
including approval of the minutes because we can't approve anything. So let's hear from the subcommittees. Brian? Oh, they're not here?
Just say it's in the packet.
Okay, well, you should. Thanks for the information, guys. I'm the last one to know. Anyways, evidently they're not here and the information is in your packet. If you have any questions, I thought I saw one or two of them, but not. We can't do public comments. Okay, we'll start out with the information only action items. First one is the focus areas. Ed? You're up. Turn your microphone on, Ed.
I'm about to cover the fiscal year 2025. I'm sorry, Mr. Chair, what item did you want me to present?
Said the focused areas.
Oh, okay, I'm sorry, that was an action item. Well, I guess, okay, it's not an action item.
Well,
I'm sorry.
action items are for information only.
Okay.
Reese wants to put them on a table in
Okay.
case there's any
I'm sorry,
comments.
sorry for the confusion. Off to a great start here. Okay. I'm going to be taking you through the focus areas for the Planning and Programming Committee, which will set the tone for the work that this committee does in calendar year 2024. Excuse me. The action being requested is for this committee to discuss and approve the committee focus areas for calendar year 2024. Every year we come to this committee with focus areas. These are areas on which we'd spend additional time during the year and work with the committee to achieve our goals. Now, back in 2014, when the committees were established, charters were developed setting forth defined purpose, goals, activities, organizational structure, and staffing for this committee. Specific to this Planning and Programming Committee, the purpose of it is to develop recommendations for implementing policies with regard to the transportation, water quality, and air quality efforts. So the policy committee develops the region-wide policies, and then this committee implements those policies through projects and programs. The goals of the committee are to ensure that the efficient and effective development and implementation of the agency's planning and programming efforts, to advance the agency's efforts regarding the environment, particularly with our responsibilities in the area of water and air quality planning and programming, and advancing the agency's efforts regarding the safe and efficient travel of all modes of transportation. In 2023, this committee set forth areas at the time that guided the calendar year. The focus area initiatives listed here are ongoing and include, among other things, the climate action planning. NOACA was awarded a $1 million climate pollution reduction planning grant to develop a plan to reduce climate pollution. Then we have innovative planning as a result of technological advances, such as a workforce accessibility and mobility tool, which matches employees with existing and potential employers. We continue to collect pavement data for preparing and updating our community pavement maintenance reports. That's the pavement maintenance system. Planning for non-motorized modes of travel. NOACA developed Activate Plan guidelines, applying them to various projects of non-motorized modes of travel. Also, this would be intended to serve as direction for future bike and pedestrian improvements. Policies to manage urban sprawl, such as the interchange policies established in 2020. Proposed interchanges were analyzed and planning steps for a portion of them have been completed. Then we have the implementation of the NOACA EV charging stations program, implementing project development activities for phase one, which includes approval of contracts for design and installation services and construction and inspection administration services. Also, NOACA was awarded a $16 million clean fuels infrastructure grant to implement phase two of the EV charging station program. And then we have the implementation of the regional van pool program. NOACA contracted with a vendor to provide vehicles and services to the region. The program has acquired 23 van pools groups in 2023 and continues to grow. Also, with the SAVE plan implementation, incorporated its systemic safety management approaches within its safety improvement programs to implement safety treatments at sites that reduce the potential for crashes using crash prediction models. Also, we have here the signal timing optimization program that's administered annually and continued work on the STOP 3 selected corridors. And then we have the management of the current state fiscal year 2024 to 2027 TIP. That was approved by our board in March of calendar year 2023 and by USDOT in June of calendar year 2023. So we've been managing that through the year. And finally, the transit network and transit-oriented development planning. With respect to potential focus areas for 2024, there are two new initiatives beginning in 2024, involving updating the long-range plan and also the development of the state fiscal year 2026 to 2029 transportation improvement program. Additionally, there are several of the proposed areas. These are continued or ongoing from fiscal year 2023 or previous years. They are the climate action planning. NOACA is drafting a priority climate action plan for public comment and submission to US EPA by March 1st. Freight planning, continued innovative planning as a result of technological advances. The plan sets out a series of implementable objectives leading to the evaluation and development of smart technology on our transportation system. So we're starting to look at those innovations and how they might be integrated with our planning and programming work. Again, the pavement maintenance system, planning for non-motorized modes of travel, continuing with our bike pedestrian plan, TLCI planning, and other efforts, policies and strategies to manage urban sprawl, and then implementation of phases 1 and 2 of the EV charging stations, continued implementation of the regional van pool program, continued SAVE plan implementation in areas of education and awareness, developing campaigns around safety. And then we have the signal timing optimization program administered annually, managing our 2024 to 27 TIP, and transit network and transit-oriented development planning, continuing the work with an emphasis on transit priority corridors in the region. At this point, I'd like to open it up to the committee for any additional thoughts or on new or ongoing efforts within the purview or scope or purposes that was outlined previously that you feel is important work that you want to undertake in calendar year 2024.
Any questions? Yes.
Just one for consideration. I don't know if this is the place to add it, but I don't see anything related to the lakefront connectivity planning and ongoing efforts. In the TIP, there's a number of projects, including the Cheers, including some of the other communities, lakefront connection activities. And so I would like to propose that we add that as an area of focus, unless it's someplace else that I'm missing.
Certainly.
You go back to the previous slide, Ed. The 23.
Yeah, I don't think it was listed in 23 either.
I know you brought it up last year.
I thought so too.
Oh, that's why I'm thinking, I thought it was on the list.
Yeah.
You know why? Because probably that list is from before you added it.
Okay.
But yes, we did add it to this. So let's make sure we add it.
Yes.
Just a question on the strategies to manage urban sprawl. Does that speak to the interchange justification policy, or are there other policies and strategies that are in place?
Yes, it does speak to the interchange modification and policy. And
It speaks to other things as well. For example, this was put on by Mayor Summers many years ago. And the idea was that all things that come through this committee should have that in mind. And a couple of changes that were made to the overall work of NOACA to address this. One was the interchange policy, of course, but we also had some modification to the process by which we evaluate FPA boundary changes to include sprawl. So there've been a number of things. And so for that reason, it was requested to remain on, and we've kept it on.
Just one more follow-up. I just mentioned it in the policy committee about passenger rail. So I don't know if, transit network and transit development planning, if there's a better way to make sure we're thinking about Amtrak and Scenic Valley Railroad, and maybe I just don't think of it as transit probably with passenger rail. So maybe
Add it.
add it in there. Yeah. Thank you.
I could, just to follow up somewhat on the mayor's comments about the lakefront. I'm wondering, should we try and include also the Cuyahoga River Basin, so all waterfronts, because I know that specifically the city of Cleveland, for the vision for the valley, there was a pretty lengthy study period that took place in regards to that. So I'm wondering waterfront related focus
Lake
area.
and river, yeah.
Not just exclusive to lakefront.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Any other questions? All right, yeah, do you want to move on to the subcommittee focused areas for 2024?
Sure.
Mr. Chair, if I could,
Excuse me?
just quickly, where are we in regards to quorum? Are we off like by one vote? Okay.
Only takes one.
Phone a friend, right?
Our friend, yeah, so we can.
All right, thanks.
So this next presentation covers subcommittee focus areas for 2024. The action being requested is for the Planning and Programming Committee to discuss and approve the calendar year 2024 focus areas for the three subcommittees that report to this committee. Those being the Air Quality Subcommittee, the Transportation Subcommittee, and the Water Quality Subcommittee. So I'm going to go through a very similar presentation for each of these subcommittees. The first being the Air Quality Subcommittee. The purpose of the Air Quality Subcommittee is to provide advice and policy recommendations to the Planning and Programming Committee with regard to air quality environmental powers of the agency. The functions include providing advice and policy recommendations on air quality environmental issues or projects and transportation projects with related air quality issues, and assisting the committee and agency staff in identifying significant environmental problems, priorities, and concerns with development of a comprehensive regional approach to environmental concerns. And so in 2023, we did conduct a CMAQ solicitation process and approval of projects. So that was completed. Ongoing work in 2023 includes air quality education and outreach program implementation, Go Ohio commute employer engagement, Go Ohio mobility tool, mobile emissions reduction efforts, and regional climate action planning. Potential focus areas for the Air Quality Subcommittee in 2024 include ongoing efforts associated with the air quality education and outreach program implementation, Go Ohio employer engagement. This is a separate additional effort associated with Go Ohio commute. Mobile emissions reduction efforts, including Go Ohio commute, band pool, and air quality programs, and also climate pollution reduction planning. At this point, I would just ask if there are any other potential focus areas that you would want to suggest to the Air Quality Subcommittee, specifically that the committee would like to recommend. All right, moving right along here, we'll go on to the Transportation Subcommittee. This has a similar role with respect to the committee in the areas of transportation planning and programming. I won't go through these in detail. The language is very similar, essentially looking at multimodal transportation perspectives of our planning and programming efforts. In 2023, the Transportation Subcommittee specifically focused on functional classification recommendations, that's changes to roadway network for specific types of roads, planning for non-motorized modes of travel, regional van pool implementation, SAVE plan implementation, the 2024 to 27 TIP management, transit-oriented development planning, as well as transit network improvement planning. These are all ongoing initiatives. For 2024, the recommended focus areas include a new initiative to develop the 2026 to 2029 TIP, and then ongoing initiatives for planning for non-motorized modes of travel, management of the regional van pool program, SAVE plan implementation, as well as managing the 2024 to 27 TIP, and also transit and transit-oriented development planning. So at this point, I would ask if there are any other focus areas that should be noted for this subcommittee, Transportation Subcommittee. Yes.
I just think this one too, to add passenger rail to the transit and TOD planning.
I see. Absolutely. Right. Now we have the last subcommittee here with the Water Quality Subcommittee. Again, it assists this committee with planning, advice, and policy recommendations in the area of our water quality planning and programming responsibilities. In 2023, the Water Quality Subcommittee specifically focused on the implementation of Clean Water 2020 plan, facility planning area boundary updates, which, as you know, typically come to this to the board on a quarterly basis and come out of that this subcommittee. Non-point source implementation strategy planning and technical support, and nutrient reduction efforts associated with water quality planning. These are new in many respects, but in other aspects, in terms of our water quality, they're ongoing. Also, policies and strategies to manage urban sprawl was also an aspect of the subcommittee through its specific expertise. And recommendations coming out of the water quality plan are ongoing. Oops, excuse me. Potential water quality subcommittee focus areas include ongoing efforts with Clean Water 2020 plan, making sure the FPA boundary updates are advanced, non-point source implementation strategy planning and nutrient reduction, technical support, PTI or pollution tolerance index reviews, FPA boundary and prescription modifications, and water quality strategic plan recommendations and continued implementation. So are there any other focus areas for this the subcommittee that the committee would like to recommend to them at this time?
Okay, thanks, Ed.
Oh, you'll get no hook here.
Okay, our next effort is project planning reviews, PPRs, intergovernmental review and consultation, third quarter state fiscal year 2024. Jim?
This is an action item. Am I able to present on it at this time? Okay, thank you. Thank you. So I'm presenting on the project planning reviews and intergovernmental reviews consultation for the third quarter of state fiscal year 2024. So the action is being requested by the committee that you recommend the following item to the executive committee for placement on the March 2024 Board of Directors agenda. The project planning review and intergovernmental review and consultation for the third quarter of state fiscal year 2024. Previously, this item was recommended by the Transportation Subcommittee and presented to the councils for information and input. So PPR is a standard NOACA process in which we review projects in order to make sure that they help achieve NOACA's visions and goals, as well as being consistent with NOACA's planning requirements and oversight agency requirements. So per our PPR process, projects go through a staff review, presentation to the NOACA board, committees, subcommittees, and relevant advisory councils, as well as an intergovernmental review and consultation and public involvement, of which we post the project information on our website. This diagram illustrates the process overall. So there at the top of the triangle, the proposed projects or our regional needs. What we do initially is target those needs. And then as we move forward through the project development process, is our project planning review process where we evaluate the needs of the projects. And so through this, there are a handful of actions, one of which is to review projects and complete the project review at the NOACA level. And then through the process, we may decide to make recommendations to be considered by the project sponsor to best achieve planning requirements. So that's if we have considerations such as adjusting scope or adding multimodal components or something like that. And then lastly, we may also put conditions of approval that must be met by the project sponsor prior to amendment to the long-range plan or the transportation improvement program. So those conditions would be requirements so the project can move forward to the long-range planning process.
Jim, can I break in here?
Yes.
We now have a quorum, so I'm going to stand up and open the meeting with a pledge, and then we'll pick back up where you are. We'll go ahead and take a motion on yours, then we'll go back up and take a motion on what Ed talked, motions. All right? Continue.
Thank you. So then the first project to be reviewed through the project planning review process is for a TIP project cost update. And so this is a project through the Cuyahoga County Department of Public Works. It does include NOACA STBG funds. And essentially this is the Clegg Road resurfacing project in North Olmsted. The project is to rehabilitate Clegg Road from Lorraine Road or State Route 10 to Marion Road in the city of North Olmsted. The issue is that the cost of the project has increased significantly beyond our threshold for a technical amendment. So therefore, we have to take it through for a full plan and tip amendment. And because there were NOACA funds, we also take it through this PPR process. So under the cost column there, you see that the current funding listed for the project in the TIP and the STIP is $860,988, of which there's a $593,750 STBG commitment. That's NOACA funding. But the current updated cost of the project overall is about $2.9 million, which is a lot higher than the current amount in the TIP. So that's why it has to go through this process. I should also note that that funding at this point in time is going to be covered with non-NOACA funds. And so this map demonstrates the location of the project in North Olmsted with the green line there from Marion Road to Lorraine. Okay, so the next project to be considered to be amended to the plan and tip is request from the Cuyahoga Valley National Park. So this is a road resurfacing project in the city of Brecksville. It's to resurface Station Road, the Station Road parking lot, as well as to improve drainage systems in the park. The project did receive $550,000 in Federal Lands Transportation Program funds. And so that was not yet in the NOACA TIP or the STIP. And so they are requesting that we amend the project plan and the TIP to include this project. The next project to be considered is the Geauga County Engineer Project, Wilson Mills Road resurfacing. So essentially, currently Geauga County has a NOACA funded project, Washington Street resurfacing, which is in the TIP in the plan. And it has a NOACA STBG commitment of, or initially had a NOACA STBG commitment of $800,000. And so through work with NOACA, the county was able to obtain additional funding for this project, for the Washington Street project. And so they requested that we take the initial NOACA commitment and provide it to another project, Wilson Mills Road, that has needs in the county. And so Wilson Mills Road is also on the NOACA plan, and it was also considered throughout the NOACA TIP development process last round, just not recommended funding. So this would kind of be a swap to a new project. And so that would be an $800,000 STBG commitment to that project. And this map illustrates the termini of the project. So it is essentially from State Route 306 in Chester Township at the western end, all the way to the city of Chardon limits on the eastern end. Okay, so the next items are all projects to be considered as amendments to the long-range plan. I should note that these projects were included by project partners during NOACA's development of the regional strategy for coordinating funding opportunities, which a lot of you should be familiar with over the past couple of quarters. That's come to you a handful of times. These projects represent NOACA needs in the region, and they also include projects in the regional long-range plan, which may increase their chances for success for discretionary funding at the federal level. I'm not going to go into much detail on these projects. They are regional needs. We do have a cost estimate and a brief description for all of them. Let's see here. And this information is in your packet as well. So next steps for PPR is that NOACA staff will forward the committee's comments to the respective project sponsors and coordinate with them accordingly. Okay, so the action is being requested that the committee recommend the following item to the executive committee for placement on the March 2024 Board of Directors agenda: project planning review and intergovernmental review and consultation for the third quarter state fiscal year 2024.
Okay, any discussion? All those in favor say, oh, there was a discussion.
Just a quick question. I think I know the answer, but the cost estimates that we had for the projects for the long range plan, I don't think they need to be precise, and that they would get fine tuned as they got into the tip. But do we have to worry about what those cost estimates are?
Jim, you're talking about these specific projects?
Yeah, the ones that were a few slides back where there were cost estimates in the right-hand column.
So,
Yeah, for example, yes.
so when they're in the long range, when they're going into the long range plans, they're more a concept phase. So you do not need to worry about it being so precise. As it moves forward to the tip window and then to the tip, you do need to get better at the estimates.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, same sign. Motion carries.
Thank you.
All right, we'll go on, Jim. Get your second one, and then we'll go back to Ed.
Thank you, Chair. So the next item I'm going to present is plan and tip amendments, and most of these projects are tied to the most recent action. This is plan and tip amendment for the third quarter of state fiscal year 2024. So the action is being requested that the committee recommend the following item to the executive committee for placement on the March 2024 Board of Directors agenda: the third quarter state fiscal year 2024 plan and tip amendment. Previously, there was an action made that this was recommended by the Transportation Subcommittee. Okay, so this diagram is the same one that was used in the previous presentation, but is just further along in the process. So essentially, we do have needs in the region that are proposed, and then we do project planning review in which we evaluate the needs. Next, we look at adding or amending projects to the long-range plan and the transportation improvement program. So the actions that might happen are that we may amend projects to the long-range plan only. We may amend projects only to the tip if they're already on the long-range plan. We can do a concurrent long-range plan and tip amendment, or we can do modifications to projects should they meet certain thresholds for the tip, or should there be significant scope changes. So currently we are doing the long-range plan and tip amendments. Okay, so the first project to be considered for plan and tip amendment is the Clegg Road resurfacing project, which I previously noted had a cost threshold issue, so it needs to go through the full plan and tip amendment process. The next projects considered for plan and tip amendment are the Station Road resurfacing project in the Cuyahoga Valley National Park in Brecksville, as well as the Geauga County Wilson Mills Road resurfacing project in Bainbridge Township. Or I'm sorry, Chester Township. Okay, and this is the same list of those projects to be considered for amendment to the plan. And these are projects that were brought to us through our development of the regional strategy for coordinating funding opportunities. Next, these are projects to be considered for plan and tip amendment, and these were not included previously in the PPR process because they don't have a change in NOACA funding. but they are the GCRTA electric vehicle planning study for 250,000, and this would be amended to the project plan and tip. This was brought to us by GCRTA as a new project. And then also an amendment to an existing project in the plan and tip is the resurfacing of Interstate 90, which is a major rehab in the cities of Cleveland, Lakewood, and Rocky River. And essentially what happened here is that the cost estimate increased greatly beyond the threshold. So we cannot do a technical amendment because of that cost increase. We must go through the plan and tip amendment process. And I should note here, we have that total there, total of the 136,300,000 and the 9.6 million is $145,930,000 is the new total cost for both the construction and the construction engineering phases. And the current cost in the tip is about $119 million. Okay, so financial impacts. The cost of the proposed projects being amended to the plan and tip is $1.3 billion. The cost of the rehabilitation projects along Clegg Road and I-90 is $148.9 million. And then funding is committed and or planned from NOACA and non-NOACA funding sources for these projects. And I should also note that funding is provided through FHWA and FTA and administered through ODOT. So with board adoption, the amendments will be incorporated into the NOACA plan and tip in statewide tip amendment in April. Okay, so the action is being requested that the committee recommend the following item to the executive committee for placement on the March 2024 Board of Directors agenda, the third quarter state fiscal year 2024 plan and tip amendment.
Need a motion? Second? Discussion. Hearing none, all those in favor say, oh. You almost waited too long.
I'm sorry. I know, Jim, you mentioned, I believe you're talking about the IIJA. So is it pretty much that when those projects show up on the IIJA, then we would look to add the tip amendments if they weren't on there already? Or
These are requests for those projects to be amended to the plan, just so they are aligned with the regional needs for that. And then that also does provide more weight to the applicants because we can demonstrate to the feds that it's on the long range plan. We amend projects to the tip when they have federal funding included. So that's kind of the next step.
Anyone else? All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, same sign. Hearing none, the motion passes. All right, we'll go back to Ed May. You can stand up there if you want, Ed. I'm just going to ask for the first one, which is the 2024 planning and programming focus areas. I need a motion to accept that. Yeah. Yes. Okay. Motion and a second. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, same sign. Hearing none, motion passes. Okay, now the 2024 subcommittee focus areas. I need a motion and a second. Well, we have two. Take your choice. Who wants to be first? Okay, any discussions? Hearing none. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, same sign. Hearing none, motion is passed. Okay, we're down. TLCI program project recommendation, Grace and Adam.
So as you know, TLCI, Transportation for Livable Communities Initiative program, is one of our flagship programs at NOACA. We have $2 million budgeted annually. And of those $2 million, no more than $500,000 can be spent on planning studies, and a minimum of 1.5 million needs to be spent on implementation. In 2015, that's when we really changed the policy to focus more on implementation, because at that time we had about 120 or so TLCIs that had been completed, yet only about 25% or a third, I can't remember the actual number, had begun implementation. So we focused on that. And at this point, we have been very conscious about soliciting the studies or soliciting the implementation. And I will turn it over to Adam to give us the detail.
Thank you very much, Director Galucci. Good afternoon to members of the committee.
Yes.
Yes, okay, great. The action we are requesting is to place this, recommend this item to the Executive Committee for its placement on the March 2024 Board of Directors agenda, approval of the 2024 TLCI program recommendations. Previously, the presentation of the applications was presented to the Transportation Subcommittee, the Air Quality Subcommittee, Transit Council, Bicycle and Pedestrian Advisory Council, and Safety and Operations Advisory Council. The broader purpose of the TLCI program is to improve livability in Northeast Ohio's communities, support the vision of NOACA's Regional Strategic Plan and Long Range Transportation Plan, to provide federal funding assistance to local communities, and to support planning that leads to implementation. There are 6 main TLCI policy objectives that each of the applications was scored based on. The first one is to develop transportation projects that provide more travel options through complete streets and context-sensitive solutions, leading to increased user safety and positive public health impacts. Also strive to promote reinvestment and underutilized properties through development concepts supported by multimodal transportation systems, to support economic development through place-based transportation and land use recommendations, and connect proposals with existing assets and investments. There's a strong equity component, so we want to ensure the benefits and burdens of growth, change, and transportation projects are distributed equitably by integrating accessibility and environmental justice into projects. We consider collaboration, so enhance regional cohesion by supporting collaboration between regional and community partners. And finally, to provide people with safe and reliable transportation choices that enhance their quality of life. Applications this year opened on August 17th, 2024, and closed on October 6th, 2023. We received 15 implementation requests totaling $6.9 million. As Director Galucci mentioned earlier, we did not solicit for plan and study applications at this time. And applicants virtually presented their projects to NOACA staff in November. We do have an annual TLCI budget of $2 million. Additionally, we had approximately $555,000 in carryover funds, leaving us for totaling for 2024 just under $2.555 million. These are the 8 projects we are recommending at the time, including Cleveland, a joint project with Cleveland Heights and University Heights, Elyria, Fairview Park, Grafton, Menor, Maple Heights, and Olmsted Township. So a good portion of the region is represented in those recommendations, and that total funding does add up to the total funding available for 2024. These are the projects that were not recommended at this time. And then at the bottom, you can see the total NOACA funding requests for all the applications we received at that $6.9 million. The financial impact. So this action recommends the $2,554,645 in available funding for the 2024 TLCI program to be awarded to the recommended projects. The TLCI program is funded by an annual set-aside from NOACA's Surface Transportation Block Grant Program funds during the development of NOACA's annual overall work program and biennial TIP. For the next steps with the board adoption, NOACA staff will work with project sponsors to implement the projects. The action we are requesting is to recommend this item to the Executive Committee for placement on the March 2024 Board of Directors agenda, approval of the 2024 TLCI recommendations.
Okay, do I have a motion?
Motion approved, Brennan?
Second? Any discussion? Yes, sir.
I just wanted to thank NOACA for the continued support of the 66th Street project. It's a really tough project to try to put the financing together, and this is really going to help get the ball rolling for getting the project put together now that we're, we didn't get the raise application, but we're still committed to providing a meaningful project to the community. So thank you for that.
Hi, just to follow up on the chart that's in the book, it references 100% NOACA participation. What is that actually? When I look at that chart?
That speaks to whether or not if NOACA is covering 100% of our recommended share of the project, or if the local community is contributing 20% through local funds. And those 20%, that is like a requirement of the program, but they can be waived for environmental justice areas and inner core communities.
I had the same question, just because if 100% and then you're only getting 468 of the 1.9 requested.
Yes, I know that is a little confusing, but some of them are partial award recommendations.
So the NOACA participation is strictly about the federal match. And we do have a policy that was developed around the 2015, 2016 timeframe that allows us to waive local match for environmental justice communities and disadvantaged communities at a reduced rate. I believe one is 90% and one is 100%. And we use that very judiciously for this program. So that's why you'll see 80 versus 100%. But that is separate and apart from the actual dollars that are being funded. That could be a full amount that they requested, or it could be a subset of that.
Anyone else? All righty. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, same sign. Motion passes. Next up is Pamela. FPA boundary and prescription changes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good afternoon. We have two FPA modifications today. The first one is being asked by Cuyahoga County Department of Public Works. It will be a change in two facility planning areas, actually three. Northeast Ohio Regional Sewer District Southwest Facility Planning Area, North Olmsted's Facility Planning Area, and what we have is called a no planning area. We have two of those in Cuyahoga County. And so it's very rare that we see a no planning action. What we are asking today is that we modify the boundary and the prescriptions for wastewater treatment for 36 parcels, approximately 69 acres, to allow for the extension of 4,200 linear feet, 18-inch gravity sewer to allow connection of homes that are old, antiquated, have failing or malfunctioning home sewage treatment systems along Fitch Road in Olmsted Township. I think this has been a historical issue, and so it's great to see it being resolved through this planning action. This action was recommended by the Water Quality Subcommittee. Again, the applicant is the Department of Public Works, and it's taking portions of North Olmsted's facility planning area and portions of the no planning area and redirecting it south through gravity to the Northeast Ohio Regional Sewer District Southwest FPA area. All parties are in support of this. The image here, if you can see the hatch, let's see if I can get my pencil here. So this little hatched area is actually in the North Olmsted area. And then this hatched area is in the no planning area. And so these are existing homes that will be connected to sanitary sewers, ultimately be changed to flow to the Northeast Ohio Regional Sewer District Southwest Division. So you can see the change on the right map that will become part of the FPA for the Regional Sewer District. Again, we're also changing the prescriptions with these boundary changes. We're changing the prescriptions from limited sewers expected within 20 years to sewers expected within 20 years to allow for that sanitary sewer extension. The parcels that were going to North Olmsted were limited sewers. Now we're saying they're going to be expected going to the Northeast Ohio Regional Sewer District. The parcels in the no planning area had no wastewater treatment facility associated with it, so they were actually designated as prescriptions to be served by areas by on-site systems only. And so we expect them to be sewered with this sanitary sewer extension. And the modification is consistent with the Clean Water 2020. We have typical steps. After you all review it, it goes to our executive committee for consideration to put on the board's agenda. We always send copies to the appropriate agencies that have been involved. And then ultimately Ohio EPA receives it and it's certified by the governor. So again, we're modifying boundaries and prescriptions for 36 parcels to allow a gravity sewer to be installed to connect these homes to sanitary sewers in Olmsted Township.
Okay, can I have a motion? And I need a second. All righty, discussion. Hearing none, all those in favor say aye. All those opposed, same sign. Motion's carried.
So the second facility planning area boundary change is for the Geauga County FPA within the Village of Burton FPA. It is a boundary and a prescription modification in the township. And so what will be happening is that 6 parcels will be changed to reflect current sewering conditions and the conditions that were agreed upon in an updated joint economic development district between the village and the county and the township. Again, this action was recommended by the Water Quality Subcommittee. So the applicant is actually the Geauga County Department of Water Resources. Again, it's 6 parcels in Burton Township. So it's coming the current FPA is Geauga County, and they're going to be sending to the Village of Burton. All parties are in agreement, county commissioners, Village of Burton, Burton Townships, they've all signed off on this. What you can see to the area to the west that's hatched, it says these areas are served by on-site systems. So these are 3 parcels that will receive a prescription change and a boundary change and be included in the Burton FPA. The Burton FPA up in the north will actually be changed and the parcels will be changed to allow that will be currently sewered. So boundaries to reflect, current conditions and the conditions agreed upon in the Joint Economic Development District agreement. And so we're asking for these 6 parcels or about 43 acres to be transferred from Geauga County to the Village of Burton that are located within the Burton Township. Again, the modification is consistent with the Clean Water 2020 plan. We've talked about our process, so we're asking for that modification and prescription changes for these 6 parcels.
All righty, I need a motion. Okay, second. All right, we have a second. Any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye. All those opposed, same sign. Motion carries. All righty, we're going to back up a little bit to the minutes now that we have a quorum. So any additions or changes to the minutes of the last meeting? If not, I'll have a motion. And I have a motion second. Any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye. Those opposed, same sign. Motion is carried. Old business. Is there any? We missed something?
Yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry, missed it. Okay, yes, I did. I'm getting a little ahead of ourselves. Presentation discussion items, future action. Grace, fiscal year 2025 overall work program overview.
Sure. So we are in the process of building our 2025 overall work program, and that will consist of the projects and programs that we will be implementing, as well as the overall cost to do so. We divide up the review of this material by having this committee review the projects and programs and having finance and audit committee review the budget. And so Ronnie Blackshear is going to take us through the OWP, the draft OWP for this year.
Thank you, Grace. Good afternoon, everyone. Ronnie Blackshear, NOACA staff. The action requested, there's no action, it's being requested at this time. This is being presented for information only. As a background, the overall work program includes new initiatives, ongoing activities, the budget, and also the framework for the long-range plan implementation. For the fall, beginning in August through December, the work program work begins for the OWP and also the budget. February 2nd of this year, to the finance and audit, the budget portion will be going to finance and audit, and the overall work program in its entirety will be going to the executive committee. March 8th, coincidentally, the draft is due at ODOT, FTA, and FHWA, which is coincidentally the same day of the board action on the OWP. And the final of the OWP goes to ODOT, FTA, and FHWA by May 3rd of this year. Work program activities include public affairs, programming, strategic and environmental planning, transportation planning and engineering, executive, strategic planning. These are the activities of each of the programs. I won't for the sake of time, I won't read out everything, but for the programming division, they manage the state fiscal year 2024 to 2027 transportation improvement program. They develop the state fiscal year 2026 to 2029 TIP, the Advanced Regional Infrastructure Accelerator, RIA initiatives. They submit the annual completion report, and they administer the 5310 Enhanced Mobility for Seniors and Individuals with Disabilities program and provide mobility management resources through the Go Ohio Commute platform. Under strategic and environmental planning, they prepare the air quality and index public forecasts, alerts, and messaging. They manage NOACA's regional climate action planning and climate pollution reduction activities, development of regional climate action plan, and they incorporate critical sewer area data into water quality planning. They also review wastewater treatment plans for consistency with the Clean Water 2020 plan. They develop and monitor performance measures and targets, produce freight hub study and technical reports, research and policy analysis that support compliance and benefits and beneficial policy and legislative outcomes consistent with regional planning priorities. Under the transportation planning and engineering, the transportation engineering section of that division, they manage implementation of the NOACA EV stations program, develop community safety reports, manage signal timing optimization program projects, the STOP projects, update the regional freight plan. Under transportation modeling, they provide technical assistance and analysis in response to internal and external requests utilizing NOACA's trip-based travel forecasting models. They manage the annual traffic count program, complete the household travel survey, update and maintain the NOACA GIS portal, and implement GIS data analysis and mapping requests. Each of these items is actually in your packet. Under transportation planning of TPE, they manage the regional Metro Parks trail connectivity study, maintain and update the inventory of existing facilities for non-motorized modes of travel, maintain and update the NOACA Activate plan, identify and prioritize non-motorized facility investments, and update the NOACA transit-oriented development plan. Under public affairs, they develop and implement communication and marketing strategies to increase awareness, understanding, and support of NOACA's vision, mission, and goals. They craft content marketing approach that focuses on cohesive engagement and distribution of valuable, sustainable, relevant, and consistent messaging across all agencies, services to attract and retain audiences and their experiences through our digital platforms and communications. Under executive strategic planning, they ensure compliance and complete reporting related to environmental justice and Title VI of the Civil Rights Act, and manage and maintain the comprehensive economic development strategy, or SEDS. The next steps here is to have a public review beginning in early February. The draft OWP will be placed on the February agendas of the finance and audit. That's the budget portion. And the whole OWP will go to the executive committees pending board approval at its March meeting. I'll stand for questions.
I guess just not a question, but an offer. If we can help provide all the information that we've done at county planning on TOD and some of the priority corridors and data we've got, we'd be happy to share that as you think about updating the NOACA plan. Just want to make that offer.
Thank you. Anyone else? Okey-dokey. Moving on. All righty, next is the 2026 to 2029 TIP development. Grace and Ed.
Thank you.
It is that time again. We are beginning to develop the 2026 to 2029 TIP. We do this every other year, and we are hoping to bring it to the board for action in March of 2025. So a little over a year from now. So we spend about a year putting it together, and that includes the NOACA funding. And with that, I will turn it over to Ed to get into the detail.
Thank you, Director Galucci. No action is being requested here. I'm presenting this information to the committee for information and discussion. That is the 2026 to 29 TIP development. More specifically, I'm focusing on the methodology for the selection of projects to be funded with NOACA funding. Just a couple of things. Just a little background. The TIP is the program of transportation projects to be implemented using FHWA and FTA funding programmed over the next 4-year period. It implements the long-range plan. It's developed in coordination with the statewide TIP and contains both NOACA and ODOT-funded projects. And as Director Galucci alluded to, it's done every 2 years. It will contain roadway and transportation alternatives projects funded with ODOT district, major, and local federal funding programs, statewide congestion mitigation and air quality program, and NOACA funding programs. It'll also include the transit element, which contains each transit agency's 4-year program, and appendices that include public involvement procedures and a required analysis of the financial assessment and fiscal constraint, air quality conformity documentation, and environmental justice. So as previously stated, NOACA is beginning to develop the TIP for 2026 to 2029. That will be presented to the board in March and will take effect on July 1 of calendar year 2025 through June 30th of calendar year 2029. The TIP will include the program of projects to be funded with NOACA funding. This includes the SDBG block grant funding, the Transportation Alternatives Program funding, and the Carbon Reduction Program funding. These are directly allocated to NOACA. Also, the Congestion Mitigation and Air Quality Program for projects approved for the statewide CMAQ program. The most recent application round was completed in December. So CMAQ funded projects are already determined through 2029. So as we begin the development of the TIP, and particularly with the development of the projects to be considered for NOACA funding, the prioritization of those projects for the NOACA funding should represent priorities contained in the ENEO long-range plan and align with the established state and federal transportation management initiatives and performance measures adopted by the board over the last few years. if you recall, when we were developing the 2024 to 2027 TIP, there were roughly about 700 roadway segments identified over that 4-year period that would have constituted eligible improvements for the evaluation of that last TIP. That's obviously exceeds our available budget, so we have to plan accordingly. So the process to be used for evaluating projects for NOACA funds in the 2026 to 2029 TIP will employ the same objective data-driven criteria and methodology for the project evaluation and prioritization that was used for the 2024 to 2027 TIP. That process reflects the ENEO priorities and incorporates board policies and initiatives that have been adopted since 2019. The methodology involves basically 5 steps that I want to highlight today. The first step that we undertake at the staff level is to develop the potential project universe. Step 2 will be involved screening those projects against ENEO priorities and established policies. Step 3 involves coordination with our regional transportation agencies and all the communities, including the 5 counties and the city of Cleveland. And step 4 would then be to filter the top 25% of the transportation asset management projects and then evaluate those qualifying projects against our regional significance criteria and other considerations for project prioritization. So let me just try to go through this somewhat quickly. With respect to developing the project universe, the universe of projects that will be evaluated will be derived from the ENEO minor and major constrained illustrative lists. Plans, programs, and policies and projects to implement strategies outlined in the plan, the Transportation Asset Management Program, projects recommended out of the Active Transportation Plan, safety and congestion initiatives, and projects submitted from communities and local communities and regional transit agencies. So the target year of construction or the equivalent of that would run through to fiscal year 2029. So next, there's a screening project universe to align with the ENEO 2050 plan. So screens would be applied to the TIP universe of projects that align with the plan priorities for each project type. So for pavements that align with the Transportation Asset Management Program, bridge priorities would be screened based on bridge condition, general appraisal, whether it's structurally deficient or functionally obsolete. Projects that are aligned with identified congested corridors and location and strategies and congestion management plan and signal timing optimization program. Safety projects, and this would be signing, guardrail, intersection improvements, and signalization and so forth. And then we have projects and programs that enhance safety for all users. And we look to see that it aligns with the identified NOACA safety plans, the Transportation Safety Action Plan, the Regional Safety Program, and Safe Routes to School, and the SAFE Plan. And then finally, we'd have regionally significant projects. These are projects that are important to the regional economy, travel, and destinations. So screens would also be applied to transit asset management, particularly rolling stock and vehicle purchases, facility improvements, station upgrades, roadway, rail infrastructure, et cetera. Transit operations for new or improved service, frequency of service or expansion of service. And then we'll also screen proposed transportation alternatives. These are the non-roadway projects for alignment with Safe Routes to School travel plans, the TLCI planning studies, and historic transportation facilities, which are also eligible for our TAP funding program. Once these filters are applied to the universe of projects, we want to then get with the communities to review the needs that we have and make sure that those are in alignment with what the communities, capital and other plans are suggesting. So staff will coordinate with the regional and local sponsors to review and receive input on the filtered TIP universe of projects against their priorities. And then the sponsors will have an opportunity to recommend revisions or additions or to inform us of maybe projects that have been done with other resources. So we'll be sending out letters to communities in the region requesting review of the project universe and request information regarding, with respect to scope, schedule, budget. And then we'll follow up with sponsors. We'll meet in person with the 5 counties and the city of Cleveland, RTA and Lake Tran. And we'll also, and anybody else who wants to meet with us, so typically we're looking at maybe communities that maybe have 3 or more roadway segments that they would like to fund. We'll do it through conference calls, email, whatever. Any way we can coordinate with you. So we expect to be doing all this in the months of February through April. Following the coordination with the sponsors, we'll proceed to get the universe of projects down to a more manageable number of qualifying projects. So like I said, I mentioned previously, we had about 600 or 700 roadway segments, totaling about $1 billion. And so we, in order to get it down to a more manageable number, we'll follow that same methodology that we use for the 2024 to 2027 TIP. The first action of the methodology will be to filter the top 25% of the TAM preservation projects, then apply each county's respective percentage of the regional vehicle miles traveled. This will give us a representative number of qualifying deficiencies for each county, and then sort that by cost effectiveness within each county. Again, we'll remove the roadway segments that have been done or that will be done with other resources or through other programs. And then we'll include all the other qualifying project types adopted by the board, including congestion, safety, regionally significant, transportation alternatives from ENEO 2050. Excuse me. So then the qualifying project would be evaluated against our regional significance criteria based on regional connectivity factors, planning criteria, and additional evaluation factors and considerations used in the development of the current TIP. So regional connectivity factors that evaluate whether a proposed project provides access to a facility. We'll be looking at how a road connects to regional centers such as job centers, educational, governmental, medical centers, intermodal facilities, cultural, sports, entertainment destinations and facilities. And we'll look at how the transportation facility and putting criteria to it in terms of how important the facility is to regional travel and regional destinations and getting people to and from where they want to go. So we'll look at that from a regional, a county, and a community-based perspective. We'll also be looking at the plan relationship. That is how projects align with our adopted NOACA plans and initiatives. For example, we may have an identified roadway deficiency, but we also know that roadway deficiency might have a safety or congestion need. It might be a priority freight plan route. It might carry a transit arterial fixed route. It might be important to transit-oriented development or type of planning or implementation down the road. It might align with bicycle or pedestrian networks, regional bicycle plans, regional safety, priority bicycle corridors. So there's one point for each of these criteria. So we'll be taking those deficiencies, the deficiencies, and layering on NOACA's other planning aspects so that this makes sure that the projects are complete and that we're looking at all aspects of what a project benefit should look like for the project and prioritizing it accordingly. Additional evaluation factors and considerations applied to qualifying projects. This relates to equity. We stress this in developing the tiers of equity to ensure that money that NOACA invests promotes and encourages an equitable distribution of our funds and the benefit associated with our funding. So we'll be looking at environmental justice areas, which consist of low income and minority population areas within the region, defined urban core communities, which have a number of factors such as population densities, age of housing stock, property value per capita, disadvantaged communities in consideration of minority, low income, elderly people with disabilities, and low English proficiency. Again, we'll be layering those on those equity tiers on here to make sure that that's a priority consideration as well. And then another consideration for qualifying projects is the potential opportunity to incorporate complete and green streets components or elements into the project. Which complete and green streets, which all roads are required to consider in the design and development process. Complete streets, to ensure that all users are safely and comfortably accommodated. Green streets, which will integrate sustainable green infrastructure components to improve water quality and reduce runoff volumes. Other considerations for qualifying projects would be the potential to adopt or incorporate other technology or concepts such as ITS technology, fiber optics, and also strengthening mobility and revolutionizing transportation or smart corridors. If there could be adoption or incorporation of EV charging stations along, depending on what the sites were that we've identified, but along the corridor. These are all things that we would like to try to bake into projects if we can. Again, as was done in the 24 to 27 tip, our funding recommendations will be guided by targets of urbanized area population percentages. This table here displays the funding distribution targets for NOACA funding for the tip. Again, this is guided by urbanized area population percentages, which is the basis for which NOACA receives its funds through FHWA and ODOT. The table shows how the NOACA funding is to be distributed to each one of the 5 counties based on the respective county's percentage share of the region's urbanized population. However, project eligibility wasn't restricted to the urban areas. It's county or wall to wall within each county. So projects in rural and urban areas are also eligible. So the NOACA funding for the 26 to 29 tip will be distributed in the same manner. Regarding funding, NOACA funding committed to a project in the current tip, in particular, in a particular county, any portion of the funding committed to that project that goes unused for that project will remain in that county or the city of Cleveland, as the case may be, for new projects in that county. Okay, so finally, this slide shows a schedule of the development activities for the projects to be recommended for NOACA funding. We're going to work with the advisory councils and the subcommittees throughout this process to evaluate potential projects for NOACA funds in accordance with this methodology. So as we move through this process, we'll be involving those councils, and that'll all occur, February through June. And then the target schedule is presenting the project funding recommendations to the advisory councils for information in May of calendar year 2024, to the subcommittees for information in June of 2024, and then to the BACCAC and RAC for information also in June of 2024. Then we would ultimately present the funding recommendations to the Planning and Programming Committee for recommendation at its July 2024 meeting. Then the Executive Committee in August, hopefully presenting to the board for approval in September of 2024. So once we get that, the staff will work, assuming we get board approval, the staff will work with the sponsors to finalize the scope and the schedule of and the budgets of these projects with the respective sponsors through September to December. Then those would be considered along with all ODOT projects and all the other elements of the full TIP, moving toward that March 2023 overall TIP development and adoption. So with that, the next step, staff will evaluate projects for NOACA funding in accordance with the presented methodology, considering committee input and council input as well. And then NOACA funded projects would then be programmed and incorporated ultimately in the development of the draft 2026 to 2029 TIP. Thank you.
Questions? You're smiling. Hey, you think it's hard for you?
I heard 2029. I'm sorry, I didn't hear anything else.
I just said it sounds very strange to be projecting out to 2029, but I know that's where we are.
Alrighty, moving on. Thanks, Ed.
Thank you.
Climate Regional Action Priorities, Grace and Joe.
So as you know, we are building our regional climate action plan as part of the Climate Pollution Reduction Grant Program. We did receive $1 million in partnership with the city of Cleveland to initiate this effort. We, however, were already underway, and at this point in time, we are getting to the last stretch of our CCAP plan, and I will turn it over to Joe McDonald to give us the detail.
Thank you, Grace. Good afternoon, everyone. No action requested. This is for your information only. Some of you in policy committee already heard this, but it never hurts to repeat. This is pivoting from the action taken last Friday by the Board of Directors to approve priority measures for our climate action planning and climate pollution reduction effort. We're going to talk today about the three main deliverables with our planning effort, as well as the implementation opportunity that is looming on the horizon. So Grace already mentioned the grant we received. The CPRG is a program of US EPA through the Inflation Reduction Act. Nearly $5 billion went to US EPA to support various jurisdictions on this effort. Recipients of the funds will develop and implement plans to reduce greenhouse gases. We are in the first phase right now. NOACA received, along with the City of Cleveland in partnership, $1 million to do the planning work. But then phase 2 is 4.6 billion with a B for grants with no local match required to implement projects that will actually help reduce greenhouse gas emissions. And I provided a link so that those of you who want to check out the notice of funding opportunity can do so through the presentation. There are three key deliverables that are part of the planning effort by NOACA and the City of Cleveland. The first is the Priority Climate Action Plan, or the PCAP, that's due in just 6 weeks. The CCAP is the large comprehensive climate action plan that will come out the middle of next year in 2025. And then a status report is the final deliverable that will be due near the end of the award period in 2027. Let's talk about the PCAP, because this is going to really lay the foundation for implementation funding requests. The PCAP has certain required elements and other encouraged elements. All of these elements will be part of the CCAP. So for the PCAP, we have to produce a greenhouse gas emissions inventory. We've already done that at NOACA as part of our initial climate planning effort. We have to identify priority measures for greenhouse gas emissions reduction. The board approved measures that were really broad in nature to be inclusive for people who wanted to apply for the funds. We do want to tailor those specifically for the PCAP and help focus in on potential projects. So we need to bridge from the PCAP, from the planning effort over to implementation when we submit to EPA. And then an analysis of low-income disadvantaged communities benefits. That's really critical. That's also a high priority of EPA. And EPA wants to ensure that the measures and potential actions we put into our PCAP are implementable. Who's going to do that? We're not just throwing things out there. We're identifying what jurisdiction would take on that responsibility. In most cases, it will not be us. It will be municipalities. It could be counties. It could be school districts. It could be utilities, other entities. They just want to know how this is going to happen. Co-pollutants benefits analysis, intersection with other funding availability, and workforce planning analysis. I think we can touch on these in the PCAP, but we have to really do a deep dive for the CCAP. You've seen this pie chart many, many times. This is simply the overall regional greenhouse gas emissions portfolio for the 2018 baseline with its sectors. I just wanted to illustrate the language that US EPA is using for its sectors. It's very similar, but there are some subtle differences, just so everyone's familiar and we're all speaking the same language. We talked about the priority measures at length on Friday, so I'm not going to go back into those details. Here, I just provide examples of potential projects that align with the various sectors for greenhouse gas emissions. Okay. So my main focus for this conversation is to talk about the opportunity that's coming up for implementation funding. So the NOFO, or Notice of Funding Opportunity, came out in September of 2023. There are some key deadlines that are coming up related to this NOFO. The first of which is it is optional, notice of intent or letter of intent to apply that's due February the 1st. So not too far away. So if entities are thinking about it, if partnerships have been talking to each other based on the NOFO that's been out for several months, EPA invites folks to send a letter of intent. There's a deadline for submitting questions about the implementation funding opportunity, March 15th. The applications are due April 1st. I want to emphasize that there is a critical difference between the planning award that NOACA and the City of Cleveland received and the implementation funds. The planning awards were not competitive. Based on our population, we received that $1 million to work with the City of Cleveland to do the planning work for this program. The implementation, however, those funds are competitive. So not every region that received planning money is necessarily going to receive an award for implementation. So it's a competitive opportunity, and applicants need to keep that in mind. EPA anticipates that in July, they will notify awardees of their selection and distribute the money in October. We're talking about a lot of money. So there are 5 tiers for potential funding. The number of anticipated grants to be awarded is inversely proportional to the size of the awards. So Tier E, those are the smallest awards, and they're not that small, $2 to $10 million, anywhere from 10 to 50 of those. They put 100 million into that tier. All the way up to Tier A, which are just going to be a handful for the whole country, but those awards are $200 to $500 million. So potential applicants need to be thinking big. These are big amounts for big projects. Just to give you a sense of where they place emphasis when they're going to review, greenhouse gas reduction is going to be the biggest one. So how much are they going to get for their funding in terms of emissions reduction, which is directly related to impact on climate change? There are other very important factors as well, and EPA is going to expect you to do some math to demonstrate to them how your project is going to achieve emissions reduction relative to cost. So I'm not going to go through the formulas. They're not that complicated, but they really want hard numbers in these applications for implementation funding, which makes sense. And then they also want an analysis of impact on low-income and disadvantaged communities. So not only can you achieve significant greenhouse gas emissions reduction for the cost, but how is that going to affect those communities that are the most vulnerable to these impacts and emissions pollution? So NOACA and the City of Cleveland are partnering together to develop the PCAP, which I said before is due March 1st. That letter of intent is optional, but they are due by February 1st. And the applications, full applications, are due by April 1st. Questions?
I have a quick comment. First, I'm just so happy. All this work and consternation we went through for the last couple of years, and I apologize for not being able to make comments last week, or had to get out of here, and we'll all have different business. It was getting a little late, but I just want to make clear that to Director Dever that when I made those comments about the lakefront, I was looking to help you, not hurt in that regard. So I just want you to know that. But we do need to look at these priorities. I look at the farmland and it says, and I want to just read this because I want to make this know that it's important. I know we do, but it's the protection and improvement of management and restoration of forests, peatlands, and coastal lands. How anybody in their right mind could be against something like that is beyond my comprehension. And I get that there are some folks that don't understand it completely, but I'm just happy that staff and everybody in this room with the conversations we had came to the right conclusion. And I'm looking forward to making sure we preserve these things and not just the mouth of the Cuyahoga, but all the way up the Cuyahoga as well. So I just want to make those comments and thank everybody for their hard work.
The turnaround's pretty quickly for the implementation. Is NOACA anticipating applying for implementation dollars or any of the agencies? Is the county through the microgrid planning or anything? I guess my question is anyone aware of somebody working on an implementation for our area?
So we are in discussions with the city of Cleveland, who is our partner, about a region-wide application that would include multiple components of projects. And so, yes, those discussions are happening. We hope to have some closure on that in the next week or two about what exactly we are looking to apply for. But we want to be broad more so and inclusive more so than exclusive. And so we're looking for things that can be impactful in the entire region.
Yeah, I'm a city like us, obviously, we're not going to be able to apply for an implementation at that level. But I would hope that as we're looking at it from a regional perspective, if it's Cleveland, that we're looking at other surrounding cities that could benefit from
Yes.
the same improvements
Yeah,
or
we don't-
implementation plans.
And it doesn't look like we'll have to be that specific on some of the actual projects. It'll be a little bit of a broader brush. But yes, the objective is to include language that covers the entire region.
Great, thank you.
Any other comments? The only comment I would have to make on the whole thing is that not all of us are unqualified to make those decisions. Thank you. All right, thanks, Joe. Any old business? Any new business? Not motion to adjourn.